Welcome to Shredder Fanfic. Like, subscribe, and hype video. Join members to gain early access to new videos. After the main character dies, he wakes up inside of Marvel as the leader of the Foundation from SCP. What will he do when SCP show up in the world of Marvel? What will he do against godlike SCP figures?
Marvel, Reborn as the boss of the Foundation. Chapter 1, Sand, Steel, and Orders. I opened my eyes to the burning sting of sunlight. Sand stretched in every direction, no trees, no buildings, nothing but rolling dunes and sharp rock outcroppings. The heat struck immediately, dry air scraping against my lungs, sweat already forming even though I hadn't moved. For a moment, I thought this was some cruel afterlife. Then the sound hit. A chime, mechanical and clear. Ding! Words filled my head without a voice speaking them. The system. It didn't explain how, it didn't explain why. It told me what it was here for. It was direct, efficient, and unsettlingly calm. It said, SCPs were going to appear in this world. In Marvel. My task was to create the SCP Foundation here, from nothing, in the middle of this burning desert. I sat up, brushing sand off my clothes. My heart should have been racing, but instead there was a sharp clarity. Reborn. Marvel. SCPs. That combination was insane, but it didn't matter whether it was insane. I knew it was real because I was sitting here, alive, in a desert where I had no reason to be. System, I asked out loud, my voice raspy from the dry air. You wouldn't happen to have a welcome gift, would you? Another chime. Ding. Yes, it answered. A gift pack. 10 soldiers, armed, loyal, trained to follow my orders. Before I could even respond, the air shimmered in front of me. Not like magic, more like an instant, silent arrival. 10 figures stood in formation, boots digging into the sand, rifles in hand. Uniforms unmarked, no insignias, clean black tactical gear. They looked at me, waiting. I let out a short laugh. Well, that's convenient. You guys don't talk much, do you? The soldier closest to me stepped forward and gave a crisp nod. Orders, sir. His voice was steady. American accent, professional. Relax, soldier, I said, waving a hand. I just woke up in the middle of a desert, so you'll have to give me a second. What do I even call you? Do you have names? He didn't flinch. We have designations. You may assign call signs if preferred. That was cold, but at least it was straightforward. All right, we'll figure that out later. I stood, brushing more sand off my pants. The heat pressed in harder now, a weight on my shoulders. My throat burned. System, I asked again, quieter this time. What else do I need to know? It told me plainly. SCPs captured would earn me points. Points could be exchanged in its shop for resources, upgrades, facilities, weapons. Capturing anomalies wasn't just for safety, it was my currency to expand. And then the chime again. Ding. A mission. First one. An SCP had been spotted near the 10 Rings gang. The 10 Rings. My stomach tightened at that name. I remembered exactly what point in the timeline this was. Stark Industries. A convoy in Afghanistan. Tony Stark captured. Yinsen already a prisoner. The cave. The suit. The escape. Marvel had started. And the 10 Rings had already stumbled across an SCP. I whistled softly, shaking my head. This is going to get messy fast. The soldiers didn't react, still waiting. They were machines of discipline, but human enough to breathe steady in the desert heat. I needed to use them smartly, because this was the beginning of everything. I grinned, forcing lightness into my tone. Alright boys, looks like we've got work. SCPs don't catch themselves. But inside, I was already mapping. The 10 rings were dangerous. They were armed, ruthless, and connected across Asia and the Middle East. They had Stark right now, which meant this was the exact moment where Iron Man's story truly began. If I stepped in wrong, I could derail too much and cause chaos I couldn't control. But if I didn't step in at all, the SCP would run wild, or worse, fall into their hands completely. First things first, I muttered, scanning the empty desert horizon. We need supplies. Water, food, some kind of shelter. Then we figure out exactly where the 10 rings are holding this thing. The soldier who spoke earlier nodded once. We are equipped with survival rations for 5 days. Limited water. Recommend securing additional resources soon. Good, I said. See, this is why I like you. Straight to the point. I turned in a slow circle. No landmarks in sight, but I remembered enough about this desert from the films and the little hints. We were in Afghanistan, near caves and mountains. The 10 rings base wasn't far, because this was where Stark would build his armor. But the SCP wasn't in the film. That was new. That meant I couldn't predict what it was, only that it was close enough for the system to mark it. I squatted down in the sand, soldiers still forming a protective perimeter. All right, system. Details. What SCP am I dealing with here? The answer was blunt. It gave me a designation. SCP-939. My smile dropped for the first time. Pack predators. Blind. Hunts by sound. Mimics human voices to lure prey. Flesh-eating, fast, strong, relentless. Dropped right into the 10 rings backyard. I stood again, dusting my hands. Great. Just great. So the 10 rings have Stark, and they've got a 939 problem. That cave is going to be a nightmare. One of the soldiers spoke, tone clipped. Engagement strategy, sir. I didn't answer right away. I paced instead, boots digging into sand. The mission was clear: capture the SCP. Not kill it, not let it roam. Capture. That meant containment, restraints, cages, tranquilizers, equipment I didn't even have yet. But I had 10 loyal soldiers. That was something. And I had to decide now, because this was the first step into building the foundation here. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to sound cheerful again. Don't worry, boys. I've got a plan. We're not dying in the desert today. But in truth, I knew this was going to be brutal. Chapter 2, Watching Predators Circle. The desert was quiet except for the wind. It carried grit that stuck in my teeth, sharp and dry, and it tugged at the black uniforms of the soldiers who stood around me. Their faces didn't change under the heat. They had discipline, the kind you didn't have to question. We had settled on the ridge of a jagged outcrop, high enough to see the valley stretching out below. The terrain dipped into broken rock and sand, and nestled into that valley was what we had come here for, the 10 Rings camp. From here, their base looked rough, nothing like a formal military installation. It was a collection of caves and metal structures, crude walls made from welded sheets, vehicles parked along the perimeter, and guards patrolling with AK-47s. Fires burned in barrels. The sound of shouting drifted faintly upward when the wind carried it. And somewhere near that camp, an SCP was prowling. SCP-939. I couldn't see it yet, but I knew it was there. The system had marked it. I crouched down, resting an arm on my knee, squinting against the sunlight. The soldiers mirrored my movement, settling quietly in the sand. One of them, the one who had spoken the most so far, leaned closer. Recommend recon, sir. Mark their guard patterns, estimate manpower. Yeah, I said, glancing sideways at him. Don't worry, I'm not about to charge down there screaming. We'll take it easy. I looked back down at the camp. Men moved around constantly, armed and restless. They weren't lazy. These weren't villagers with rifles, they were militants, hardened and disciplined in their own way. The 10 rings were spread wide across regions, but this particular cell was strong enough to hold Stark himself. Stark? I narrowed my eyes. Somewhere in that cave, he was alive. At this very moment, he was beginning the steps that would shape the future. I couldn't touch that. I couldn't risk him dying here. My job was the SCP. 2-man teams, I said, voice light but firm. Spread out, keep eyes on the camp. Don't get spotted. If they see us before I'm ready, we're screwed. The soldiers didn't hesitate. They split into pairs, moving along the ridgeline, keeping low. Boots pressed into sand without sound, gear tight against their bodies. Professional. I stayed where I was, glassing the camp with binoculars. The longer I watched, the more details stood out. The 10 rings weren't a uniform group. Some men barked orders, clearly higher ranked. Others handled supplies. I saw crates being moved, guns, probably, maybe explosives. But then, near the edge of the camp, I saw something different. A man stood with 2 others, gesturing wildly at a section of ground near the rocks. His tone was angry, loud enough that even from this distance I caught the edge of his voice. He wasn't angry at another soldier. He was afraid. I focused the binoculars tighter. The ground near him was disturbed. Deep grooves in the sand, marks that weren't made by tools. They were claw marks. I exhaled slowly through my nose. There you are. 939 was close. The soldier nearest to me whispered, contact. Not visual yet, I said. But the marks are there. That thing's already brushing up against their camp. I lowered the binoculars, smirking faintly. And they don't know what they're dealing with. Perfect. We didn't attack. We didn't move. We waited. Hours dragged by. The sun lowered slightly, shadows stretching. My men rotated in shifts, some drinking water sparingly, others scanning through scopes. None complained. Then, near dusk, it began. A scream tore through the camp. Not the sharp crack of a gunshot. A scream, high and human. My head snapped toward it. The soldiers reacted instantly, rifles up, scanning. I raised the binoculars again. Chaos in the camp. Men were running toward the rocks at the far side. I adjusted the lens, narrowing in. That was where the claw marks had been. I saw flashes of movement, shapes darting, bodies slamming into the ground. Gunfire erupted, muzzle flashes lighting the dimming desert. Shouts rang in Dari and Arabic, harsh commands, men yelling to each other. And then, clear as day, I heard it. A voice. Help me! Help me, please! It was a perfect human cry. High, desperate. But it came from the wrong place. It came from the shadows of the rocks, not from a man. The 10 rings froze for a second, confused, then opened fire toward the sound. Bullets sparked against stone. More screams followed, real ones this time, as 2 men were dragged down. Their rifles clattered against the sand. Blood darkened the ground. I lowered the binoculars slowly, lips pressing into a line. The soldier beside me asked, orders? Not yet, I said quietly. Let them burn through their ammo. Let them get scared. We move when they're weak. We watched. The firefight went on for nearly 20 minutes. The 10 rings were disciplined enough to form a perimeter, but they were firing blind. Their bullets tore into rocks and sand, but 939 didn't rely on sight. It stayed in the shadows, darting in and out, tearing through anyone who strayed too far. By the time the gunfire slowed, at least 6 men were down. Their bodies lay scattered at the edge of camp. The survivors dragged the dead inward, shouting, barking orders to regroup. Fires burned higher. I finally stood, brushing sand off my legs. "All right, boys. Time to go say hello." The soldiers rose with me, quiet and efficient. They checked rifles, adjusted straps, and waited for me to lead. "Keep it clean," I said. "We don't wipe out the 10 rings, we don't interfere with their main prisoner. We're here for the SCP. Got it?" "Yes, sir," they answered in unison. We moved. The descent down the rocky slope was slow, careful. Sand crunched beneath boots, but no sound carried beyond the natural wind. My soldiers fanned out, rifles up, scopes glinting faintly. By the time we reached the base of the ridge, the camp's noise was louder. Men still shouted orders, but their voices carried strain. Fear. I crouched behind a boulder, signaling my team to stop. "2 things," I whispered. "First, we let the 939 keep softening them. Second, we bag it the moment we see an opening. Don't shoot unless you have to." "Clear." "Clear," came the reply. We edged closer. From behind cover, I saw it at last. 939 slipped from the rocks, low to the ground, moving fast. Its body was sleek, red, its skin wet looking even in the dry air. The shape wasn't human at all, elongated limbs, jaws that opened far too wide. It pounced, dragged a man into the dark, and the man's scream cut short in seconds. I exhaled sharply. "Ugly bastard." "Containment plan?" one soldier asked. "We'll need to net it, hit it hard and fast," I said. "We don't kill it unless we've got no choice." The soldiers exchanged quick glances, then nodded. We waited for the right moment. Another 10 rings patrol ran out, firing wildly. 939 lunged again, scattering them. The camp was in panic now. Their leaders shouted, trying to rally, but the fear was too raw. That was our chance. I signaled with my hand, sharp and deliberate. My soldiers moved instantly, splitting into 2 groups to flank the creature. Nets unrolled, stun rounds loaded. I stepped out from behind the rock, grinning faintly despite the chaos. "All right, let's bag ourselves a monster." Chapter 3, Voices in the Dark. The camp below was restless, the air thick with the sound of shouting, gunfire fading into scattered bursts, and the occasional scream. The 10 rings were disciplined enough to hold together, but the panic was there. They were fighting something they didn't understand. The creature still stalked the edges, weaving between rocks and shadows, darting in and tearing into stragglers. I kept my eyes on it through the binoculars, tracking the slick red body, the jaws that opened too wide, the movements that were quick and deliberate. SCP-939 was a hunter, and it was doing exactly what it was designed to do. The problem was, I needed it alive. "All right," I said, lowering the binoculars and turning to my squad. "We're not going to chase it. We're going to make it come to us." The soldier nearest me adjusted his grip on his rifle. "Bait." "Exactly," I said, smiling faintly. "It mimics human voices, right? That means it responds to them too. We just need to give it something it can't ignore." One of the soldiers, a younger-looking one with a calm expression, spoke up. "We can use a recording device. Play back something loud enough to carry. Or," I said, looking around at them, "one of you can yell for help and make it convincing. It'll come running, thinking it's found dinner." The group didn't hesitate, but they glanced at each other, silently deciding who'd do it. The first soldier, the one who had spoken most since arriving, nodded once. "I'll draw it." I tilted my head at him, grinning a little. "Look at you, volunteering. Brave or stupid, not sure which yet. Don't worry, we'll cover you." He didn't respond to the teasing, just checked the net launcher strapped to his back. I crouched, dragging a stick through the sand to sketch a rough map. "Here's how we do it. You'll stand here, by this outcrop. You scream like you're bleeding out, something that'll really pull it. The rest of us will form a semicircle here, here, and here. When it charges, we spring the nets and pin it down. Stun rounds if it fights too hard. Keep the fire controlled, don't shred it with bullets unless it's about to kill one of us." The soldiers studied the rough marks in the sand, then looked at me. They didn't question the plan. I tapped the center of the drawing. "Timing is everything. Don't panic, don't fire too early. Let it get close. That's when it's vulnerable." They all nodded once. "Good," I said, brushing the sand smooth again. "Let's get to work." We moved carefully, circling wide around the edge of the valley. The camp was still lit with firelight, voices raised in fear and anger, but the men inside didn't look outward. They were too busy focusing on the monster tearing into their ranks. That worked in our favor. Our chosen ambush site was a narrow stretch of rocks a short way from the camp. The ground sloped into a shallow depression, shadows pooling in the corners. Perfect cover. I crouched behind one boulder, soldiers fanning out into position. Each one checked nets, checked weapons, adjusted sights. They didn't need words. The volunteer, the one who would act as bait, stood in the open. His stance was relaxed, almost casual, but I could see the tension in the way he kept flexing his fingers around the strap of his launcher. "You sure you've got this?" I asked, keeping my tone light. "You don't exactly sound like a damsel in distress." He gave me a flat look. "I'll make it work." I chuckled quietly. "That's the spirit." He drew a deep breath, then shouted into the night. "Help! Somebody! I'm hit!" The sound carried through the rocks, echoing faintly. It was good, loud, raw enough to sound real. He staggered a little as he called again, selling the illusion. The soldiers held their positions, rifles up, nets ready. I pressed closer to the rock, peering over the edge into the shadows. Silence for a few seconds. Then, movement. From the darkness near the camp's edge, a shape darted forward. Low to the ground, fast, sliding between rocks. Its head lifted, jaws opening as it sprinted toward the sound of weakness. 939 had taken the bait. My heart pounded harder, but I grinned anyway. "Here we go!" The bait soldier shouted again, stumbling back a step, perfect timing. The creature rushed faster, claws digging into sand, eyes useless but ears tuned to every vibration of sound. "Now," I whispered. The soldiers moved as one. Nets shot forward, spreading wide. Two struck true, wrapping around the creature mid-leap. It roared, a horrible, guttural sound that rattled through the rocks, and thrashed against the bindings. Its claws ripped into the sand, tearing gouges, but the weighted nets dragged it down. "Hit it again!" I ordered. Another net launched, layering over the first. The creature fought, but its limbs tangled, its momentum broken. One soldier fired a stun round, the dart embedding into the creature's side. It convulsed, the muscles spasming, jaws snapping wildly. Another round followed, and another, until its movements slowed, weakening under the shocks. I stepped out from behind the rock, hands on my hips. "Well, would you look at that? Ugly thing doesn't look so scary tied up, does it?" The soldiers didn't relax. They moved in, securing the nets tighter, pinning the creature's limbs, strapping restraints over its jaws. Professional, thorough. The bait soldier exhaled sharply, lowering his launcher. Target subdued. Nice work, I said, grinning at him. Told you you'd make a convincing victim. He didn't respond to the joke, but his eyes flicked briefly to me, steady and calm. We worked quickly, dragging the restrained 939 deeper into the rocks, away from the camp's line of sight. It struggled faintly, low growls rumbling in its throat, but the restraints held. Once it was out of view, the soldiers set up a temporary containment, layered nets, reinforced straps, and a rough cage assembled from collapsible bars carried in their packs. Crude, but enough to hold for now. I crouched near the cage, watching the creature's chest rise and fall. Its head turned blindly, teeth snapping once under the muzzle. "Congratulations, boys," I said, glancing around at my squad. "That's our first catch. Not bad for a day's work." A few of the soldiers exchanged brief nods. No smiles, no celebration, but I could tell by their steadiness that they understood the importance. The noise from the camp was still loud in the distance, shouting, more gunfire, the mess of men trying to process what had just attacked them. They had no idea someone else had swooped in and taken it. "All right," I said, standing again. "We can't stick around. They'll start searching soon. Let's move this thing out of here before they realize it's gone." The soldiers adjusted grips on the cage, lifting it carefully. The creature growled, thrashing once, but the restraints held firm. We began the slow trek back up the ridge, staying in the shadows, every step careful. The night stretched long, the campfires flickering below us, voices carrying faintly on the wind. By the time we reached our vantage point again, the desert air had cooled slightly, the heat of the day replaced by a chill that clung to the sand. The cage was set down, anchored with stakes into the ground. The creature inside twitched but stayed down, still groggy from the stuns. I dropped into the sand, stretching my legs. "Well, gentlemen, that's one monster down. I'd say we're off to a pretty good start." The soldiers stood around the cage, alert even in the quiet. None of them spoke much, but that was fine. I filled the silence easily enough. "Next step," I said, grinning. "We figure out where we're going to keep this thing long term. Can't exactly drag it around the desert forever." I leaned back on my hands, staring up at the stars. They were sharp and countless, filling the sky. The desert was silent again, the noise of the camp distant and fading. For the first time since waking up here, I let myself relax just a little. One SCP down. Many more to go. Chapter 4, Counting Points and Planning Flight. The desert had gone quiet again by the time the system chimed in my head. The soldiers had settled into a defensive circle around the crude cage where SCP-939 twitched weakly, its muscles still spasming from the stun rounds. The 10 Rings camp below had finally stopped firing wildly into the dark. Their men dragged bodies back inside the cave, voices hoarse from shouting. I crouched in front of the cage, arms resting on my knees, just staring at the restrained creature. It didn't look so dangerous now, but I remembered how fast it had been, how quickly it had ripped through men who had no idea what it was. Leaving it here wasn't an option. And that was when the chime hit. Ding! The voice in my head was calm, as always. It told me the creature was secured. I had the option to hand it over. I tilted my head, grinning faintly. "Well, that's handy. Don't even have to feed it myself." The soldiers nearby didn't react. They never asked why I talked to empty air. I gave the word. The system acknowledged, and in the next blink the cage was empty. The nets lay slack in the sand, the restraints loose, but the monster itself was gone. Another chime. Reward, 100 points. I stood, brushing grit off my palms. Not bad for a night's work. Curious, I called the shop up in my mind. The interface appeared like a list, neat and organized, each item marked with a cost. I scrolled slowly, lips quirking upward at first, then flattening the more I read. Everything was expensive. One fully equipped base in New York, with facilities, labs, barracks, containment cells, and everything else I could dream of, over 1,000 points. Too far out of reach. Men, just regular soldiers, cost a single point each. Weapons, the cheapest, were 1 point for a pack of 10 rifles. More advanced weapons jumped higher fast. Armor, vehicles, specialized equipment, all of it scaled into the dozens or hundreds. I huffed a short laugh. Figures. Nothing's cheap. Still, 100 points was something. I schemed the list again, weighing options. Soldiers I already had. Bases were too far. What I needed was mobility, firepower, and survivability. I decided quickly. Weapons stockpiles of basic rifles and sidearms. Enough to arm my men fully and still have spares. That was 1 point. Armor, light but reinforced gear, ballistic protection better than what they currently wore. That cost more, but worth it. And a plane. Not a fighter jet, not some sci-fi aircraft, but a transport plane. Sturdy, reliable, able to carry men and cargo across continents without drawing too much attention. That ate a chunk of points, but it solved one of my biggest problems, being stuck in the middle of nowhere. When I confirmed the purchases, the gear appeared in the sand like it had always been there. Crates stacked neatly, metal latches gleaming in the moonlight. My soldiers didn't flinch. They moved in instantly, cracking open boxes, inspecting rifles, fitting armor. Efficient. One of them approached me after strapping on the new vest. Loadout is functional. Armor resistant to small arms. Mobility intact. Good, I said, nodding. Make sure everyone's geared up. We'll need to be ready to move soon. Another crate was rolled open, revealing the plane's compact kit. It shimmered faintly, then unfolded, metal panels expanding, framework snapping into place, until it stood full size in the sand, a matte grey transport plane, engines gleaming under starlight. I walked around it, running my hand along the side. The scale was right, big enough to carry us and supplies, but not so flashy it screamed military tech. I grinned, glancing back at my squad. Looks like we're flying in style now. They didn't smile back, of course, but I didn't need them to. I was still examining the plane's interior when the next chime struck. Ding! Mission update. 1 SCP detected. Location, New Mexico. I froze for a second, then laughed softly, shaking my head. From deserts to deserts. Guess I'm going to get used to sand. But New Mexico wasn't just another desert. I knew exactly what was there, what was coming in this timeline. The system hadn't given me details yet, but my memory filled the gaps. Thor's hammer. S.H.I.E.L.D's arrival. The beginnings of another Avengers story. And now, an SCP. I stepped back out of the plane, addressing my squad. Pack it up, boys. We're heading to America. They moved instantly, securing crates into the plane, checking straps, ensuring nothing rattled. Professional as ever. I lingered outside for a moment longer, scanning the horizon. The Ten Rings camp was still flickering with firelight, shadows moving. I smirked faintly. Don't worry, Stark. Your story's still rolling. I'll stay out of your way. Then I climbed aboard the plane, strapping into the seat nearest the cockpit. One soldier took the pilot's chair, hands moving across the controls with smooth confidence. The engines roared to life, the sand whipping into a storm around us. We lifted off into the night, leaving Afghanistan behind. The flight was long. Hours stretched across the darkness, the plane cutting through skies without turbulence. The soldiers rotated through rest shifts, though most stayed awake, alert even in calm. I leaned back, arms crossed, staring at the ceiling of the cabin. My mind wandered. Points, costs, SCPs. Every capture mattered. Every point was progress toward something bigger. I pulled up the shop again, scanning the higher tiers. Labs with reinforced containment. Medical wings. Specialized research divisions. All things I would need eventually, but all out of reach for now. Step by step, I muttered. We'll get there. By the time dawn broke, we were crossing into American airspace. The land below shifted from mountains to flat desert again, broken by highways and sparse towns. The chime sounded once more. Ding! Target SCP confirmed. Rural New Mexico. Coordinates provided. I studied the numbers, cross-checking with memory. My brows lifted slightly. The location wasn't far from Puente Antiguo, the small town near the shield site from Jalnir's hammer. I whistled softly. Well, that's going to be interesting. The pilot soldier glanced back. Orders, sir. I grinned at him. Relax, I'm not about to fly us straight into Shield's lab. We'll land out of sight, get our bearings first. Then we see what kind of mess this SCP is causing. He turned back without comment, adjusting the flight path. The closer we got, the clearer the ground became. Dry stretches of desert, broken by rock formations. A few scattered farms, but mostly empty land. Nothing to hide behind except distance. Find us a nice, quiet spot to land, I said. Something off the grid. Yes, sir. The plane descended smoothly, engines lowering pitch. We touched down on a flat stretch of hard-packed dirt, the landing surprisingly silent. Sand blew outward in a ring as the engines cooled. The soldiers unstrapped immediately, moving to unload supplies. Crates hit the ground one by one, stacked neatly beside the plane. Weapons checked, armor tightened. I stepped out into the sunlight, squinting against the glare. The air here was drier than Afghanistan, the horizon stretching wide and empty. I checked the coordinates again, then pointed north. The SCP's that way. Not far, maybe an hour on foot, less if we get transport. One soldier spoke. We can move in teams, scout ahead. Not yet, I said. We don't even know what we're walking into. Could be another predator, could be something stranger. For now, we go together. I turned back to the plane. Unload one of the jeeps. Within minutes, one of the smaller vehicles rolled down the ramp, tires kicking up dust. I climbed into the passenger seat, soldiers filling the back. Another jeep followed behind, carrying the rest. We set off across the desert, engines rumbling, sand trailing behind us. The system hadn't told me what SCP was waiting. Just that it was here. New Mexico, near Shield territory. That combination made my gut tighten. I leaned back in the seat, smirking faintly despite it. All right, mystery box. Let's see what you've got for me this time. Chapter 5, Dust, Diners, and a God Without Power. The desert of New Mexico stretched flat and wide, broken only by long roads that seemed to go nowhere. Heat shimmered above the asphalt, even though the sun was only halfway across the sky. I leaned out the passenger window of the jeep, wind whipping against my face, sand biting my skin. The coordinates weren't far, but before heading there I'd decided we'd stop at the nearby town Puente Antiguo. Small place. Quiet. The kind of town where everyone knew everyone, and strangers stood out immediately. That was fine. I wasn't planning to stay long. Remember, I said, turning slightly toward the men in the jeep behind us, we're here for information. Don't spook the locals. No full gear, no rifles slung around. Blend in, at least as much as soldiers who look like you can. The driver didn't glance at me, but I caught his small nod. We pulled into Puente Antiguo 20 minutes later. The town looked exactly how I remembered from the movie, a single main street lined with small shops, a diner, a gas station. Dust clung to every surface. A few locals lingered outside, leaning against cars or sitting in shade. As we rolled down the street, I caught the looks immediately. Heads turned. Strangers in dark uniforms driving military-style jeeps weren't exactly subtle. I grinned and waved cheerfully out the window. A few eyebrows rose, but most people just stared. Park there, I said, pointing at the diner's lot. The jeeps pulled in smoothly. Engines cut off. Doors opened. 10 men stepped out, helmets left behind, gear stripped down to simple vests and sidearms hidden under jackets. They didn't look friendly, but at least they didn't look like they were about to declare martial law. I stretched as I got out, hands on my hips, taking in the dusty little town. Home sweet home, I said lightly. The soldiers fanned out automatically, 2 taking posts near the jeeps, the rest blending around me as I headed toward the diner. The bell above the door chimed as I stepped inside. The air smelled of coffee and fried food. Ceiling fans spun lazily. A few locals sat at booths, glancing up briefly before returning to their meals. Behind the counter, a middle-aged woman poured coffee with practiced ease. And sitting in the corner booth, surrounded by plates of food he was devouring like he hadn't eaten in days, was Thor. I almost laughed. Big man, blonde hair tied back loosely, dressed in simple earth clothes that looked borrowed. His posture was slouched but his presence filled the room anyway. At his table sat 3 others, Jane Foster, flipping through notes and occasionally sneaking glances at Thor, Eric Selvig, looking tired but thoughtful as he sipped coffee, and Darcy Lewis, poking at her fries while smirking at something Thor said. I paused just inside the door, hands sliding into my pockets, and smiled. Well, that's interesting. One of my soldiers stepped up beside me, voice low. Target individuals identified. Not targets, I said quietly. Just people. Keep it calm. We walked further in. The bell chimed again behind us. Thor glanced up mid-bite, eyes narrowing slightly at the sight of unfamiliar men entering. His instincts hadn't dulled even without Mjolnir. Jane noticed his shift and turned too, her gaze flicking from him to me. Curiosity lit her face more than suspicion. I strolled up to the counter, leaning casually against it. Coffee, I told the woman behind it. Black. And maybe a slice of pie, if you've got one. She nodded briskly, moving to fill the order. I turned slightly, catching Jane's curious stare. I smiled at her, tilting my head. Don't suppose you're from around here, are you? She blinked, surprised by the sudden question. No. Just, passing through. Darcy snorted into her fries. That's one way to put it. Thor kept watching me, chewing slowly. His eyes weren't hostile, just assessing. I chuckled softly, spreading my hands. Relax, big guy. I'm just here for a pie. He raised an eyebrow, then returned to his food without a word. The coffee and pie arrived. I sat on a stool at the counter, sipping carefully. My soldiers took a booth near the window, backs straight, eyes always scanning. They didn't talk, didn't eat. Locals avoided staring at them for long. After a few minutes of quiet, Jane spoke again, hesitantly. So, you're not military? I looked back at her, grinning. That obvious, hey? We just travel together, help out where we can. Don't worry, we're not here to cause trouble. Eric gave me a long look over his cup. Men like yours don't just wander into towns like this for no reason. True, I admitted easily. But sometimes a guy just wants coffee and pie. And maybe a little information. Jane frowned slightly. Information about what? I tapped my fork lightly against the plate, choosing my words. Strange things. You know, odd lights in the desert, weird noises at night, people seeing things they can't explain. At that, Jane's expression shifted. Not suspicion, interest. Her scientific curiosity burned through instantly. You've seen something? She asked, leaning forward slightly. I smiled at her eagerness. Not me personally. But I've heard stories. Thought I'd check in, see what the locals have noticed. Thor finally spoke, his voice deep and steady. The desert holds many secrets. Some are not meant for you. I looked at him, meeting his gaze, and grinned. That sounds like a warning. You don't strike me as the warning type. He stared back, unamused. Jane glanced between us quickly. Wait, you've actually heard something too? I shrugged. Word travels. A town like this doesn't usually get attention unless something strange is happening. And I've got an eye for strange. Darcy leaned back in her seat, smirking. Great, another one. Just what we needed, mystery guy number 2. I chuckled. I promise I'm less trouble than the one you've already got. Thor frowned at that, but didn't rise to the bait. The conversation died there, but I could tell I'd stirred Jane's interest. She kept sneaking glances my way, clearly wanting to ask more. Eric remained cautious, watching me carefully. Darcy chewed another fry, amused by the tension. I finished my pie slowly, letting the silence stretch. Outside, the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the dusty street. When I finally stood, tossing cash onto the counter, I looked back at Jane. If you hear anything about odd activity in the desert, let me know. I'm staying nearby for a bit. Her brows furrowed, questions on her tongue, but I didn't give her the chance. I walked out with my soldiers, the bell chiming again behind us. Back outside, the air was cooler, the town quieter. My men regrouped instantly, waiting for direction. I stretched, glancing back once at the diner's windows where I could still see Jane watching. Thor hadn't moved. Well, I said cheerfully, that was fun. Let's see if the locals are any more talkative. We split into pairs, walking the main street casually. I struck up small conversations, asking the mechanic at the gas station if he'd heard of odd power surges, asking a woman outside the store about strange noises at night. Most shrugged me off, but a few mentioned weird storms out in the desert, sudden flashes of light, odd vibrations in the ground. It wasn't much, but it was enough. The SCP was making ripples. When we regrouped near the jeeps an hour later, the sun was dipping low, painting the desert orange. My soldiers gave quick, efficient reports. No signs of shield yet, but rumors aligned with the coordinates. Activity was real. I leaned against the hood of the jeep, arms crossed, grinning faintly. All right. Looks like we've got our next destination locked in. Time to see what kind of mess is waiting for us. Chapter 6: Night Hunt in the Desert. The sun dipped behind the horizon, and Puente Antiguo faded into shadow. The town's few streetlights flickered on, buzzing faintly against the growing dark. My soldiers and I regrouped near the jeeps, supplies packed and weapons checked. Night's our friend, I said, leaning casually against the hood of one jeep. Less chance of running into nosy scientists or agents in black suits. But it also means less visibility, so keep sharp. The men nodded silently, their movements smooth as they secured gear. Each carried a rifle slung low, pistols strapped under jackets, and heavier tools tucked into packs. Nets, stun rounds, restraints, all things we'd need depending on what waited at the coordinates. I climbed into the passenger seat of the lead jeep, stretching as the engine rumbled to life. Let's go monster hunting. The convoy rolled out of town, tires crunching softly against the road. Darkness spread quickly across the desert, the sky a vast blanket of stars. The headlights cut narrow cones through the sand, throwing long shadows across rocks and scrub. I leaned out the open window, wind tugging at my hair. You know, I said to the driver, I'm starting to think I spend more time in deserts than anywhere else. Maybe I should buy a camel, really commit to the theme. The driver didn't answer, of course. My soldiers never humored my jokes. I sighed dramatically and slouched back in my seat. We drove for nearly an hour, leaving the faint glow of Puente Antiguo behind. The land grew emptier, the road dissolving into rough dirt tracks. The coordinates blinked steadily in my mind, drawing us closer. When we were within a few miles, I raised a hand. Lights off. Engines low. We walk from here. Engines cut. Headlights died. The desert plunged into silence, only the soft hiss of wind moving across sand. The soldiers stepped out, closing doors quietly. Gear shifted, boots crunching softly. I adjusted the strap of my own rifle across my chest and grinned faintly. All right boys, single file. Stay close, stay quiet. Let's see what we're dealing with. We moved across the sand, spreading just enough to cover angles without breaking formation. The desert at night was sharp and cold, every sound magnified. My boots sank into grit, the air dry in my throat. As we drew closer to the coordinates, strange details began to appear. The ground showed marks, long grooves, as if something had been dragged. The sand shifted oddly in some places, darker patches scattered where it should have been smooth. I crouched, brushing fingers against one groove. The texture was wrong, compacted too tightly, like something heavy had pressed down repeatedly. Tracks, I murmured. Something big. The soldier beside me crouched as well, inspecting. Pattern irregular. Not vehicle. Not animal. I smirked. Which means it's exactly what we're looking for. We moved again, slower now, rifles up, eyes sweeping the shadows. The air felt heavier, though that was probably my nerves finally catching up. Then, in the distance, a faint glow. Not fire, not electricity. Something softer, pulsing faintly against the dark. We stopped as one. There, I whispered, pointing. The soldiers shifted, scopes raised, eyes narrowing. We advanced carefully, closing the distance one step at a time. The glow grew brighter, washing faint blue against the sand. It wasn't stationary, it shifted, moved slightly, as though whatever caused it was alive. When we finally reached the last ridge, we crouched low and peered over. The sight below was strange. In the hollow of a shallow basin, the sand was disturbed into a wide circle. At the center, the glow pulsed from a figure, no, a cluster. 4 tall shapes, standing upright, their surfaces glistening faintly under the starlight. They looked almost like crystalline structures, but they shifted subtly, swaying as though breathing. The glow came from deep inside them, beating like a heartbeat. One soldier whispered, "Unknown entity." "No kidding," I murmured back, lips quirking faintly. I studied them closely. They weren't attacking anything, just standing. But the sand around them showed deep depressions, trails leading out into the desert. Whatever these were, they weren't stationary. They had moved here. I tilted my head, speaking softly. "Anyone getting Independence Day vibes? Big glowing structures in the desert?" "No. Just me." No one answered, of course. I sighed and focused again. The shapes emitted a faint hum, low but steady, vibrating faintly in my chest. It wasn't loud enough to carry far, but it was constant. "All right," I said quietly, turning to my squad. "First impressions, it's not charging us, not trying to eat us, not trying to scream us into the ground. That's a good start. But we don't know what it does." The soldiers waited, steady. I looked back at the glowing figures, watching the way they pulsed. Curiosity gnawed at me. Were they alive? Were they machines? Something else entirely? I crouched lower, whispering again. Options are simple. We either poke it and see what happens, wait and watch, or get a little creative. The glow pulsed again, brighter for a moment, then faded. My grin returned. Well, whatever it is, it's not boring. We settled into observation positions, soldiers spreading out along the ridge, rifles steady, scopes locked. The glow continued pulsing, steady as a heartbeat, casting faint blue light across the basin. Minutes stretched into half an hour. Nothing changed. The structures stood, swayed faintly, pulsed, but made no aggressive moves. I drummed my fingers lightly against my rifle, restless. I'm starting to think they're just standing there to look pretty. One soldier replied, voice flat. Recommend continued surveillance. Yeah, I said, smirking. Patience, right? Not my strong suit. Still, I stayed put, eyes locked on the glow. Then, faint movement. From the opposite side of the basin, a figure approached. Human. I raised my scope, focusing. Blonde hair, broad shoulders, borrowed clothes. Thor. My brows lifted. Well, speak of the thunder god. Thor walked straight toward the glowing figures, unarmed, unafraid. His face was calm, but intent. He moved with purpose, as though he understood what he was seeing, even if he didn't. Behind him, at the ridge, I caught glimpses of three others: Jane, Eric, Darcy. They hung back, clearly unsure, but watching him closely. Of course, I muttered softly. Can't be simple, can it? The soldiers stayed still, eyes flicking between me and Thor. I thought quickly. If Thor interacted with the SCP, it could trigger something dangerous. But rushing in guns blazing would spook Jane's team and risk Thor noticing too much about us. I licked my lips, watching him step closer to the glowing figures. All right. Time to make a choice. Chapter 7, Sparks in the Basin. The basin glowed with the faint, pulsing light of the crystal and metal structures. Thor stood near them, hands at his sides, jaw set as if he was staring down an enemy only he could see. Behind him, Jane, Eric, and Darcy lingered on the ridge, unsure whether to follow. From my position, crouched low with my soldiers along the opposite ridge, I could feel the hum in my bones. It wasn't just sound, it was vibration. Deep, rhythmic, pulling at the chest like a heartbeat. The longer I stared, the harder it was to look away. SCP-882. The name hit me the moment I connected the dots. The machine. A shifting, pulsing mass of metal, always hungry, always calling. It wasn't exactly what the records had described back in my old life. It wasn't under the ocean, and it wasn't purely metallic. Here, it had manifested as half crystalline, half metallic spires in the sand, but the core traits were the same. The hum. The compulsion. The growth. I rubbed the back of my neck, forcing myself to look away. My soldiers hadn't moved, hadn't faltered, but I noticed subtle things: tightening grips on rifles, longer stares than necessary. It was tugging at them too. Eyes up, boys, I said quietly, my tone still light but sharper than usual. Don't let the glow hypnotize you. That thing wants you close, and trust me, you don't want to hug it. They shifted slightly, adjusting stances, refocusing. But Thor was still moving closer. That was a problem. If he touched it, there was no telling what it would do. And Jane and her team weren't exactly the cautious type either. I needed them away from here before things escalated. I turned to the soldier nearest me. Got any flares handy? He nodded, pulling a cylindrical canister from his pack. Good. Toss it west, far enough to pull eyes but not too close to town. When it goes up, we move. The soldier didn't question it. He pulled the pin, waited for my signal. I smirked faintly. Let's give them a little fireworks show. I raised my hand, then dropped it. The flare arced high into the night, hissing as it ignited. A brilliant red light burst in the air, trailing smoke as it descended, burning bright against the desert sky. Across the basin, Thor stopped, his head snapping toward the glow. Jane jumped at the sudden light, Darcy pointed and muttered something I couldn't hear, and Eric squinted into the dark. Thor turned fully, speaking to them sharply. Even from here, I couldn't catch the words, but his tone was urgent. He gestured toward the flare, then started walking in that direction, expecting them to follow. Jane hesitated, glancing back once at the glowing spires, curiosity written all over her face. But when Thor barked something again, she relented. Darcy groaned, scooping up her bag, and Eric followed reluctantly. The four of them moved off toward the flare, their silhouettes shrinking against the night. I let out a quiet breath, grinning. And that's how you clear a room. The soldiers waited, eyes still on me. All right, I said, standing slowly. Now it's our turn. We descended the ridge carefully, boots sliding against loose sand. The hum grew stronger the closer we got. It buzzed in my teeth, made my skin prickle. I forced myself to keep my grin, but inside I felt the weight of it. This thing wasn't just dangerous. It was insidious. Up close, the structures were more grotesque. What looked crystalline from a distance was actually jagged metal fused with stone, warped into spires that twisted unnaturally. Wires and shards jutted out at odd angles, vibrating faintly with each pulse of light. The sound grew louder. The pull stronger. Containment priority, I said, my tone shifting into seriousness. No one touches it bare-handed. Nets, restraints, anything non-metal first. We don't feed it. One soldier reported quickly, no large nets sufficient for size. Recommend breaking off fragments. I eyed the central cluster. Breaking it apart was possible, but risky. Each spire was at least 10 feet tall, the glow stronger near their bases. I crouched, scooping a handful of sand. Even the grains near the base shimmered faintly under the glow. It's spreading. We can't just leave it here. The hum deepened, vibrating in my chest. I clenched my jaw. All right. New plan. We weaken it, piece by piece. Non-metal tools only. Cut it down until we can haul the chunks. Then we ship them out. The soldiers moved efficiently, unpacking reinforced restraints, heavy-duty synthetic ropes, and tools designed for excavation. No steel blades, no metal pry bars. Just hardened ceramics and composites. I stood back, rifle slung, watching as two men moved in first. They circled one of the outer spires, driving ceramic wedges into the sand around its base. Each hammer blow sent vibrations through the ground, the hum shifting slightly in response. The spire pulsed brighter, the heartbeat rhythm quickening. Careful, I called. It doesn't like that. One soldier grunted as he drove the wedge deeper. With a final strike, the spire cracked at its base, toppling slowly. It hit the sand with a heavy thud, sending a shockwave of sound through the air. The hum spiked, sharp and angry. I winced, covering one ear. Yeah, it definitely didn't like that. The toppled piece still glowed faintly, but the light flickered weaker now. The hum continued from the central cluster, unchanged in intensity. "Wrap it," I ordered. The soldiers moved fast, binding the chunk in synthetic ropes, strapping it to a reinforced sled for transport. The glow dimmed further as it was secured, the pull weakening around it. "One down," I said, smirking faintly. "3 to go." But the central spires reacted differently. They shifted, the jagged metal twisting faintly, like gears grinding. The hum rose higher, sharper, vibrating the sand under our boots. "Back!" I shouted, my voice sharper now. The soldiers retreated in unison, rifles raised, though they didn't fire. The spires pulsed bright blue, the glow spreading outward in waves. The sand around them rippled as if alive. I clenched my jaw, forcing calm. "All right, looks like we poked it a little too hard." The spires didn't attack outright, but the pull grew stronger. For a second, my hand twitched toward the structure, an almost overwhelming urge to touch it. I jerked it back, shaking my head. "Nope. Not today." One soldier reported, his voice steady. "Influence increasing. Recommend retreat or further disruption." I thought quickly, teeth gritted. We couldn't leave it here, it would just keep growing, keep calling. But pushing too hard might trigger something worse. I exhaled sharply, forcing a grin back onto my face. "Well, boys, guess we've got ourselves a choice." Chapter 8, Binding the Humming Core. The pulsing light throbbed across the basin, brighter now that we'd cracked one of its spires. The glow spilled across the sand in faint blue ripples, and the hum sank deeper into my chest, vibrating in my ribs like pressure from the inside out. I clenched my jaw and forced my voice steady. "All right, we're not ripping the rest apart right now. That's just begging for trouble. We're going to lock it down where it stands." The nearest soldier nodded briskly. "Temporary containment protocol." "Exactly," I said. I gestured toward the supply packs they'd hauled down. "Unpack restraints. No metal. Ropes, composites, chemicals, everything that'll hold this thing in place. Treat it like a wild animal in a cage. We buy ourselves time until we've got a proper facility." The soldiers didn't hesitate. They opened the reinforced packs, pulling free coils of synthetic rope, ceramic anchors, chemical canisters, and collapsible barrier frames. Every movement was sharp, efficient, no wasted motion. I smirked faintly, even as the hum pressed heavier in my head. "You guys are like a moving Home Depot, you know that? Only less friendly and with fewer smiles." They ignored the jab, already working. The first step was anchoring. 4 soldiers drove ceramic stakes into the sand around the central cluster, each stake connected by heavy synthetic cables. They looped the cables tight, forming a rough perimeter. Every time the hammer struck, the hum shifted, rising for a second before settling again. I crouched beside one of the cables, running my hand along the synthetic weave. It vibrated faintly under the pulsing hum, like the anomaly was testing it already. "Yeah, it's not happy. Keep it tight. Double up if you have to." The soldiers followed the order without hesitation, layering a second line of cables above the first. Next came the chemical suppressants. 2 men hauled canisters forward, spraying a thick mist across the base of the spires. The chemicals weren't designed for SCP-882 specifically, nothing here was, but they were formulated to disrupt biological and non-biological anomalies alike. A crude blanket. The mist settled over the metal crystal surfaces, hissing faintly. For a moment, the glow dimmed. The hum faltered, dropping lower in pitch. I exhaled, relief mixing with satisfaction. There we go. Like putting a wet blanket on a campfire. Keep it up. The men moved systematically, coating every angle they could reach. The smell was sharp, chemical, and acrid, burning my nose. I waved a hand in front of my face, grinning despite the sting. Who needs coffee when you've got this? Clears the sinuses right up. One soldier finished spraying, turning back to me. Perimeter chemical saturation complete. Good, I said. Now we add insurance. From another pack, they pulled out collapsible barrier frames. The pieces clicked together into panels of reinforced polymer, light but strong. They carried no metal components, only ceramic fastenings and synthetic mesh. One by one, they set them around the cables, building a crude cage. I supervised closely, walking the line, boots sinking into the sand. Higher. Don't give it room to grow sideways. Think of it like a kid's playpen, except the kid eats steel and whispers to you until you go crazy. My voice was light, but my eyes stayed locked on the pulsing spires. The hum pressed harder every time I got too close, urging me forward, telling me to touch, to add more. I shoved my hands into my pockets to resist the twitch. The barriers rose slowly, forming a rough cube around the central cluster. The glow flickered through the mesh, dimmed by the chemical mist and the double line of restraints. When the final panel clicked into place, the soldiers stepped back as one. The hum continued, but the vibration in my chest eased slightly, dampened by the layers we'd set. I stood at the center of our circle, staring at the caged spires, hands still in my pockets. For the first time since we entered the basin, I let myself smile fully. Not bad, boys. It's ugly, but it'll hold. At least long enough to keep this thing from spreading its junkyard into half of New Mexico. One soldier reported crisply, temporary containment stable. Continued monitoring recommended. No kidding, I muttered, still watching the spires. I finally turned back to the men, clapping my hands once. All right, good work. Rotate watches, set a perimeter. Nobody goes near the cage unless they're carrying suppressants. And if anyone suddenly feels the urge to go in there and cuddle it, let me know first, because that's the kind of crazy I want to hear about. The soldiers didn't laugh, didn't even crack a smile, but they shifted into positions without hesitation. I moved back toward the ridge, climbing until I could see the desert beyond. In the distance, faint flashes of headlights moved toward the west, the direction I'd tossed the flare. Thor and his friends. They were still distracted. But not for long. I squatted on the ridge, arms resting on my knees, watching the glow from our containment. The hum was muffled now, not gone but manageable. The spires shifted faintly inside, like caged animals testing their bindings. I sighed softly, shaking my head. Yeah, you're going to be a real pain, aren't you? The soldier nearest to me spoke. Next directive. Next. I echoed, glancing back at him. Then I grinned. Next, we figure out how to haul this thing out of here without Shield, Thor, or half the state of New Mexico noticing. Easy, right? He didn't respond. I chuckled. I'll take that as a yes. The night stretched on. We held position around the containment, rotating men every hour, keeping the chemicals topped off whenever the glow pulsed brighter. I forced myself to stay alert, pacing around the perimeter, teasing the men whenever they got too stiff. At one point, I stopped beside the soldier who'd thrown the flare. He stood steady, eyes locked on the desert beyond. You know, I said, smirking, you're the unsung hero tonight. One little toss, and you sent a god and 3 scientists running in the opposite direction. That's talent. He didn't look at me. It was effective. I laughed quietly. Yeah, but you've got to own it. Not everyone can say they tricked Thor with a firework. Still no reaction. I sighed dramatically. You guys are no fun. The hours crept by, but the containment held. No sudden surges, no explosions of light, just the steady hum pressing faintly against the barriers. By the time the first hint of dawn touched the horizon, painting the desert in pale orange, I felt confident enough to relax my stance. The spires weren't going anywhere, at least not today. But the bigger problem loomed. S.H.I.E.L.D. was moving into the area. Thor's story was unfolding fast. And I had a humming machine in a box that was only temporarily quiet. I rubbed the back of my neck, staring at the horizon. Well, boys, time to pick our next headache. Chapter 9, Hauling the Weight. The desert air was still cool from the night, though the horizon was already paling with the first signs of dawn. The containment cage we'd built around the central spires still pulsed faintly, the hum muffled under layers of restraints and chemical suppressant. The sound was steady, insistent, but no longer overwhelming. But my attention was on the toppled fragment we'd already cut loose. The piece was about 3 meters long, jagged and uneven. Its crystalline metal surface glowed faintly blue beneath the ropes and bindings we'd wrapped around it. Every now and then it twitched, vibrating as though it wanted to rejoin the main cluster. The hum coming from it was weaker, but not gone. I crouched beside it, arms resting casually on my knees. Ugly thing, isn't it? You'd think something that sings to your bones would at least look nice. Instead, we get a rejected chandelier. The soldier next to me didn't even look down. Ready for transport. I grinned up at him. You know, I really appreciate how you never laugh at my jokes. Keeps me humble. He ignored me, which just made me chuckle. I stood, brushing grit from my pants. All right, boys. Let's get this chunk of noise back to the plane. Move it before someone else comes sniffing around. You know who I mean. They didn't need names. S.H.I.E.L.D. was inevitable in this area. Thor's presence had already guaranteed it. 2 soldiers secured the bindings tighter, while another pair set a collapsible sled underneath the fragment. The sled was synthetic, reinforced to handle weight without metal components. With coordinated effort, they hauled the spire onto it. The ropes creaked, but the bindings held. Lift slow, I instructed. If it slips, don't break your legs trying to catch it. Just jump clear. Trust me, better a bruised ego than becoming part of a singing paperweight. They didn't respond, but their movements were careful, precise. Once the fragment was secure, we hitched the sled to one of the jeeps we'd brought. The vehicle's engine purred softly, headlights still off. The desert around us was vast and silent. I walked around to the driver's side, tapping the hood lightly. Nice and steady. Don't kick up too much sand, we don't need to announce our parade route to the entire county. The driver nodded once. We set off, the jeep pulling the sled across the sand with slow, deliberate momentum. The fragment dragged smoothly, the sled cutting shallow grooves behind us. The glow pulsed faintly under the bindings, dimmed but not silent. I walked alongside the jeep, keeping pace with the fragment. The soldiers fanned out around us, forming a protective perimeter. Boots crunched softly, rifles held low but ready. The hum from the fragment throbbed faintly, pressing against my chest with each step. Not as strong as the full cluster, but enough to remind me that we weren't carrying scrap metal, we were carrying a living anomaly that wanted out. Don't look at it too long, I said lightly, glancing back at the squad. You'll start hearing it sing your name. And as flattering as that is, it's not your friend. One soldier near the rear spoke flatly. No auditory hallucinations reported. I snorted. Give it time. It's persistent. We traveled like that for nearly an hour, the desert shifting slowly from deep night into grey dawn. The horizon brightened, streaks of orange and pink touching the edges of the sky. The air cooled less by the minute, the heat of day waiting just ahead. The plane wasn't far, 2 miles at most, but every step carried weight. Not just the literal weight of the fragment, but the constant risk of attention. Halfway back, one of the scouts raised a hand. Movement. East. I stopped, turning sharply. Details. The soldier adjusted his scope, scanning the horizon. Convoy. 3 vehicles. Military style. Distance, approximately 4 kilometers. Heading northwest. I exhaled slowly, then grinned. Well, would you look at that? Shield, right on schedule. The soldier didn't comment, but I could see the faint tension in their stance. Relax, I said, tone light but edged with seriousness. They're not here for us yet. They're chasing a hammer, not a hum. But that doesn't mean we want to wave hello. Keep moving. Eyes sharp. We adjusted pace, steering the sled into a shallower valley between ridges. The terrain shielded us from view, but the hum from the fragment didn't care about ridges. I could feel it vibrating through the sand. If Shield had the right instruments, they'd notice. I clenched my jaw, tone shifting serious. Double-check the bindings. If this thing starts screaming while they're close, we'll have a problem bigger than sore backs. The men moved quickly, inspecting ropes, adjusting straps, spraying another layer of chemical suppressant over the fragment. The glow dimmed further, the hum weakening again. I nodded once. Good. Keep rolling. We pressed on. The jeep pulled steady, tires biting into sand. The fragment rattled against the sled but stayed secure. As the sun crested the horizon, the plane finally came into view, a grey silhouette against the sand, engines quiet, ramp lowered. Relief stirred in my chest. Almost there. Home stretch, boys, I said cheerfully. Let's tuck our new friend into bed. We rolled the sled up the ramp, the fragment scraping against reinforced panels. Inside, soldiers already waiting moved quickly to lash it down, securing it with heavy synthetic straps to the plane's floor. The hum vibrated faintly against the fuselage, but the layers of suppressant kept it subdued. I stepped back, hands on my hips, grinning faintly. Not bad. First desert heist complete, and no one's bleeding. That's what I call progress. The men gave no reaction, as usual, but their efficiency was answer enough. I climbed back out of the plane, squinting at the horizon. The Shield convoy was gone from view, but I knew they were circling closer to Puente Antiguo. Thor's story was about to crash headfirst into theirs. And I had a contained SCP fragment strapped inside my transport. I rubbed the back of my neck, smiling faintly despite the weight. Well, that's one problem solved. Now we've just got a dozen more waiting. Chapter 10, White Face in the Base. The fragment of SCP-882 was gone. One moment it was strapped down inside the plane, humming softly like a heart that wouldn't die. The next, with a faint shimmer, it was gone. The system's confirmation chimed silently in my mind. Reward, 10 points. I didn't bother grinning this time. 10 points wasn't much. Not compared to the scale of what I'd seen. Still, the relief of having it out of my plane was worth it. My soldiers had all turned their eyes toward me when it vanished, but not one of them spoke. They had seen strange vanishings before now. I clapped my hands together once, forcing cheer into my tone. Well, that's one less headache rattling around my ride. Drinks on me later. No reaction, of course. I sighed, dragging a hand over my face. You guys really need a sense of humor. The thought hadn't even finished forming before the chime came again. Ding! New target. SCP-096. Location, Shield Temporary Base, Puente Antiguo, New Mexico. My smile vanished. Of all the things that could appear, of all the creatures to manifest in this exact place, at this exact time. The pale, skeletal humanoid. Over 2 meters tall, emaciated, with no pigment in its skin. Always weeping. Always crouched. And if anyone looked at its face even a glimpse, even in a photograph, it would scream. And once it screamed, nothing stopped it. No weapon, no wall, no army. It would kill the one who saw its face. Always. And S.H.I.E.L.D., in their infinite wisdom, would have cameras. Screens. Security footage. Agents recording every corner of their base. I swore under my breath, a rare edge slipping past the cheerful mask. If I didn't move now, S.H.I.E.L.D. would get slaughtered. Worse, the thing would draw Thor, Jane, Eric, Darcy, maybe even Loki watching from above. This wasn't just another containment job. This was a crisis. I turned sharply, snapping my fingers toward the pilot soldier. Get this bird ready to move. Engines hot. I don't care if S.H.I.E.L.D. hears the noise, we're not sneaking anymore. Yes, sir. The soldiers scrambled into position, each moving to their posts with crisp precision. I stayed near the ramp, pacing as the engines whined to life, dust whipping up around us. In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base. That meant interaction. I couldn't stay in the shadows. Not this time. If I tried, people would die. I exhaled, forcing calm, and then forced a grin onto my face again. All right, boys, time to make some new friends. Hope you all brought your nicest smiles. The plane lifted, roaring into the dawn sky. The S.H.I.E.L.D. base came into view within the hour. It wasn't subtle, a sprawling cluster of prefab structures erected around the impact site of Mjolnir. Floodlights glared against the desert floor, illuminating rows of vehicles, communications arrays, and the stark central tent where the hammer lay. Soldiers in black tactical gear moved in steady patterns, patrols circling the perimeter. My stomach tightened. Not just because of Mjolnir. Because inside those tents, somewhere among the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, was 096. And every second I delayed meant another risk of someone seeing its face. The plane couldn't land close. That would trigger every alarm in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arsenal. Instead, we touched down on a flat stretch 2 miles out. The ramp lowered, my soldiers spilling into the sand with practiced speed. I stepped out last, rifle slung but not raised, eyes locked on the distant floodlights. All right. Here's the play. We go in clean. No ambush, no hiding. If S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to point guns, let them. But we need inside that base fast. One soldier asked, voice flat as always. Engagement protocol. Non-lethal, I said firmly. Unless one of you sees the pale bastard's face, then all bets are off. That earned me silence, but the tension in their grips told me they understood. We moved, boots biting into sand, the floodlights growing brighter as we approached. We didn't make it halfway before the first S.H.I.E.L.D. patrol spotted us. 3 SUVs roared across the desert, headlights cutting through the dust. They stopped hard, tires skidding. Doors flew open, and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents spilled out, rifles leveled. Hands where we can see them. One barked. My soldiers raised theirs immediately, movements smooth but tense. I followed, lifting mine lazily, a grin tugging at my lips. Relax, boys, I called, voice carrying easily. We're not here to ruin your morning. Actually, we're here to save it. The lead agent didn't budge. Identify yourselves. Not important right now, I said cheerfully. What is important is that you've got a tall, pale, crying freak in your camp right now. And if any of you so much as glance at his face on a monitor, you're all dead. The agents faltered. Confusion flashed in their eyes. Guns didn't lower, but grips loosened. One raised a radio. Command, this is Unit 3. We've got. Before he could finish, the sound ripped through the desert. A scream. High-pitched. Inhuman. Rage and despair blended into one. Every shield agent froze. My soldiers stiffened. My chest tightened. It was already too late. SCP-096 had been seen. The scream cut off, followed by the distant thunder of tearing metal. Then gunfire. Short bursts, panicked and useless. I dropped my hands, tone flipping hard into command. Weapons out. Move. If we don't get in there now, shield's about to be red paint. My soldiers moved instantly, rifles snapping up, stances shifting into combat readiness. The shield agents gaped at me. I waved them toward their vehicles, grinning despite the adrenaline pumping in my veins. Well? What are you waiting for? Your people are dying. Either shoot me, or get in and drive. They hesitated only a second before obeying. Doors slammed, engines roared, and we piled into the SUVs with them. The convoy sped toward the base. The closer we got, the clearer the chaos became. Floodlights flickered. Gunfire echoed, sporadic and panicked. A tent collapsed, shredded from within. Screams cut short. And through it all, the unmistakable shrieking of 096. We skidded to a stop at the perimeter, SUVs scattering. Agents poured out, shouting orders. My soldiers followed me as I leapt out, rifle in hand. The base was carnage. 096 tore through it like paper. Over 7 feet tall, emaciated limbs moving with terrifying speed. Its pale skin reflected the floodlights. Its face mercifully hidden from my angle was buried in its hands as it charged, weeping even as it slaughtered. Agents opened fire. Bullets ripped through its flesh, tearing chunks free. It didn't matter. It didn't stop. I clenched my jaw, shouting over the gunfire. Eyes down. Nobody look at its face. Keep your heads low. Some agents obeyed. Others were too panicked, too desperate. One screamed as 096 barreled into him, body crumpling under impossible force. Another tried to run, only to be caught and torn in half. I snapped my rifle up, firing controlled bursts into its legs, not to kill but to stagger. The rounds hit, jerking its limbs, but the creature barely slowed. Suppressants! I barked. My soldiers moved fast, pulling chemical canisters and spraying clouds of the thick mist across the battlefield. The acrid stench burned my nose, but the effect was instant. 096 faltered, its movements jerky, slowed. Not stopped. But slowed. I exhaled hard, my tone sharp, serious. All right boys, we've got one chance. Bag and blind it before it decides to run the whole state down. Chapter 11, Orders in the Chaos. Bullets cracked through the night, the sound bouncing hard off the prefab walls of the shield compound. Muzzle flashes flickered in bursts, cutting across floodlight beams that swung wildly as towers collapsed and men shouted orders. SCP-096 tore through the camp like a storm-given flesh. It moved faster than the eye could track, pale limbs cutting down agents who made the mistake of glancing too high, too close. Each kill was brutal, immediate, nothing left but bodies scattered across the sand. I fired again, controlled bursts into its legs, not because I thought bullets would kill it, they wouldn't, but to buy seconds, to shift its momentum. My soldiers sprayed another wave of suppressant, chemical clouds drifting acrid and heavy over the battlefield. Keep your eyes down! I shouted, voice cracking through the chaos. Do not look at its face. Heads down, eyes down, I mean it. Some shield agents followed. Others didn't have the discipline. One scream cut short as 096 slammed through another tent wall, dragging a soldier with it. The sound of rending fabric and tearing flesh echoed into the night. I clenched my jaw, tone dropping into command. We need coordination, not panic. Where's your damn officer? A voice cut through the noise, calm and precise. Here. I turned sharply. Agent Phil Coulson stood a dozen feet away, pistol in hand, his stance steady even with chaos raging around him. His suit jacket was gone, tie loose, but his eyes were sharp. He fired 3 quick shots into 096's chest as it turned, then glanced back at me. "You're not with us," he said flatly. "Who are you?" I grinned despite the tension, even as I reloaded. "Guy with answers and a few extra guns. You want your men to survive, you listen to me." Coulson didn't blink. He looked at me for 3 long seconds, measured me, then nodded once. "Talk. First rule, nobody looks at its face. Blindfolds, hoods, whatever you've got, get them on your men now. Second, bullets won't stop it, but suppressants slow it. Nets and restraints, synthetic only, no metal. Third, it won't stop until it kills whoever saw its face. Which means somebody in your camp is already dead, and until it finishes, it's going to tear through everyone else trying to get there." Coulson's jaw tightened. He turned sharply, barking into his radio. "All units, heads down. Visual suppression protocols. Cloth, hoods, anything now." Agents obeyed instantly, pulling scarves, jackets, whatever they had to cover their faces. Others ducked behind cover, pressing low. The panic dulled just slightly. Coulson turned back to me. "You said you can contain it." I nodded, expression hard. "With your help. You've got numbers, I've got gear. We put them together, maybe we walk out of this alive." He studied me again, then gave the smallest nod. "Fine. What do you need?" I didn't waste time. "Perimeter. Set your men on the outer ring, keep civilians clear, no cameras, no recording devices. My squad handles direct contact, we've got suppressants and restraints ready. You back us up with distraction fire and shields. And if anyone looks at its face, you drag them down before they doom the rest of you." Coulson's expression didn't change, but his tone sharpened. "Done." He turned, barking crisp orders into his radio. "Form perimeter around the central zone. Do not engage directly. Cover fire only. Maintain low visuals. Containment team has point." The shift was immediate. Shield agents regrouped, pulling back into tighter lines. They fired in bursts only when 096 moved too close, forcing it sideways but never chasing. The wild panic faded into trained discipline. I exhaled once, then barked at my own men. "Move up. Nets ready, blinders out. Wait for my mark." They advanced without hesitation, splitting into 2 flanking teams. Canisters hissed again, clouds of suppressant rolling across the sand. The pale figure inside faltered, movements slower but no less violent. 096 screamed again, high-pitched and raw, as it ripped through another prefab wall. A line of shield agents ducked as debris rained over them. One raised his head too high, caught a glimpse, and screamed. The creature turned instantly. I didn't think. I sprinted forward, shoving the soldier down, yelling sharp. "Blindfold him now. Get him out of sight." 2 of my soldiers pounced, dragging a heavy hood over the man's head, pinning him to the sand. 096 froze for half a second, its path broken, its compulsion confused. "Now!" I roared. My men threw nets. Reinforced synthetic mesh spread wide, wrapping around its limbs. The creature thrashed, shrieking as it tore at the bindings. The restraints strained, stretching dangerously. "More!" I barked. Another net hit, layering over the first. Then a third. The creature stumbled, dragged partly to the ground. I moved in, serious now, pulling a heavy reinforced hood from my pack. I shoved forward, ignoring every instinct telling me to run, and threw the hood over its head. The scream cut muffled. Its thrashing grew wilder, but the most dangerous part, the compulsion of its face, was gone. "Secure it!" I shouted. My soldiers swarmed, binding its limbs tighter, spraying suppressant directly across the ropes. The air stank of chemicals and sweat. The creature bucked, howling under the hood, but it stayed bound. For now. I stepped back, chest heaving, sweat stinging my eyes. Then I forced the grin back onto my face and turned to Carlson. "Well, that was fun." He holstered his pistol slowly, eyes never leaving me. "You knew exactly what that thing was." "Yup," I said cheerfully. "And now you know it too. Congratulations, you're in the club." Carlson didn't smile. He looked at the restrained creature, then back at me. "We'll need to talk." I chuckled. "Oh, I figured. But maybe we move the screaming murder machine first, yet." Carlson stared at me for a beat, then gave the faintest nod. "Agreed." With combined effort, we dragged 096 into a reinforced storage unit, shield men layering steel panels over my squad's synthetic restraints. I didn't like the steel, it would only anger the thing more, but I didn't argue. Not yet. Inside the command tent, Carlson stood across from me at a folding table littered with maps and reports. His suit was torn, but his composure was intact. "You're not with any agency, I know," he said evenly. "But you have training. Equipment. You knew what that was before anyone else did." I leaned casually against the table, smirking. "I get around." His eyes didn't waver. "You'll tell me who you work for?" I tilted my head, cheerful. "Maybe. But right now, what matters is that thing in your box. You don't have the tools to keep it quiet, not for long. If it slips, you'll have a massacre on your hands. You saw what it did in 5 minutes." Carlson didn't blink. "What do you suggest?" I pushed off the table, tone light but steady. "Simple. Let me handle it. My team specializes in things like this. You focus on your hammer. Leave the pale crybaby to me." The silence stretched. Carlson studied me the way a surgeon studies a scalpel. Then, finally, he nodded once. "For now," he said. I grinned. "That's all I ask." Chapter 12, A Name on the Table. The SHIELD command tent smelled like hot electronics and stale coffee. Generators hummed outside, feeding lights that buzzed above our heads. The long folding table in the center was covered with maps, folders, and a scattering of half-finished reports. Agent Phil Carlson stood across from me, calm as ever, his pistol holstered at his side. His shirt sleeves were rolled back, his tie pulled loose. He looked like he'd been up all night, but his voice stayed level when he finally spoke. "You handled that thing like you knew it." I leaned back in the folding chair I'd claimed, legs stretched, my rifle resting beside me. My soldiers waited quietly by the tent flap, unmoving, silent pillars. "Handled is a generous word," I said with a grin. "We slowed it down, bagged it, and prayed it didn't get loose again. But yet, I knew what it was. That's kind of my job." Carlson's eyes narrowed. "Your job?" "Right," I said, sitting up and resting my elbows on the table. "We're the Foundation. A group dedicated to protecting this planet from creatures like that." The name hung there. I said it casually, like it wasn't the most important reveal of the night. Carlson didn't move, didn't even blink. He just studied me with the patience of a man who'd spent his whole career listening to liars. "You're not on any of my lists," he said eventually. "And I have a lot of lists." I chuckled, raising my hands in mock surrender. "That's kind of the point." We don't exactly advertise. Not the type of group that sends out Christmas cards. But when something nasty shows up, the kind of thing your usual guns can't stop, we're the ones who deal with it. He stared at me another moment before finally glancing toward the side of the tent. Through the canvas, faint muffled noises carried from the reinforced unit where SCP-096 was bound. The creature's weeping hadn't stopped. You've seen more of them, Carlson said, turning back to me. Yup, I said, cheerful again. This isn't my first rodeo. Won't be the last either. He paced once around the table, arms folded. Why now? Why here? I shrugged, leaning back again. Things like this don't ask for permission before they show up. They just happen. And when they do, you need someone who knows what to do. He stopped, resting his hands on the table, leaning slightly forward. His tone stayed calm, but harder now. And you're telling me you're the someone? I smirked. Well, me and my guys, yet. They're not big talkers, but they're good at their jobs. Carlson's gaze flicked toward my squad again. They hadn't moved. They never did. You said Foundation, he repeated. Never heard of it. What's your mission statement? I spread my hands. Containment, protection, secrecy. If a creature threatens people, we put it in a box before it makes a mess. If it's too dangerous, we neutralize it. Also, the rest of the world can keep spinning without knowing monsters are real. He digested that in silence. I leaned forward again, my grin fading slightly, voice sharpening. And make no mistake, Agent. That thing you've got locked up right now? If it gets out, it'll cut through your men like paper. The only reason you're not stacking more bodies tonight is because I was here. That wasn't bragging, it was fact. And Carlson knew it. He finally straightened, exhaling quietly. I should take you into custody right now. People died on my watch tonight. I don't let unknowns run around my base in the middle of a crisis. I grinned again, leaning back with ease. You could try. But then who's going to help you keep the thing in the box from ripping your whole base apart? We locked eyes for a long moment. Then, finally, he spoke. For now, he said, we work together. I clapped my hands once, cheerful again. Knew you'd see reason. The next few hours were spent locking the base into something resembling order. Carlson pulled his men into tighter patrols, doubling perimeter guards and rerouting cameras away from the reinforced unit where 096 was stored. My soldiers reinforced the synthetic restraints, layering nets and chemical suppressant directly onto the bindings. The muffled sobbing inside never stopped. Carlson stood beside me as I watched two of my men check the straps again. How long will that hold? I exhaled through my nose. Long enough if we're careful. Not forever. It doesn't get tired. Doesn't get hungry. All it does is sit and cry until someone looks at it, and then. I gestured loosely toward the shredded tents, the blood still soaking into desert sand. Carlson's jaw tightened. I softened my tone slightly. But for now, you're safe. As long as nobody peeks. He nodded once, then turned. I'll want your report in full when this is stabilized. I grinned. You can ask, sure. Doesn't mean I'll answer. He gave me a flat look. I laughed. By midday, the desert heat pressed down heavy. The shield base bustled with activity, agents rebuilding damaged structures, hauling bodies quietly away, and reinforcing their command center. My men blended into the rhythm, silent but efficient, drawing cautious looks from Shield's own. I walked with Carlson along the edge of the compound, hands in my pockets. So, I said lightly, I've got to ask. How's the hammer hunt going? He glanced at me. Classified. I grinned. Of course it is. But I bet it's not moving, no matter how many men you throw at it. His silence was answer enough. I smirked, looking toward the central tent where Mjolnir sat. You're dealing with a god's toy, Coulson. You could build cranes, drills, even a rocket engine, you won't budget. Trust me on that one. He didn't comment. I stopped, turning to face him. Look, I don't care about your hammer. That's your circus. But you do care about the screaming nightmare in your backyard. So here's the deal, you let me and my Foundation boys handle it, and I don't get in your way with the Thunder God business. He considered me for a long moment, then finally nodded once. Agreed. For now. I grinned wide. Perfect. You're learning to like me already. He didn't smile back. As night fell again, the camp grew quieter, but tension never left. The reinforced storage unit groaned faintly with each muffled sob from inside. SHIELD agents walked with heads down, refusing to look toward the noise. Coulson found me sitting on a crate near the unit, rifle across my lap, legs crossed casually. My soldiers stood around me in their usual silent formation. You're staying here, he said. Of course, I replied cheerfully. Wouldn't want my new friends to have all the fun without me. His expression stayed flat. You understand if this thing breaks containment? I'll be first in line to wrestle it, I cut in. Don't worry, I've got experience. Coulson gave me a long, patient look, then finally walked away. I leaned back on the crate, smirking faintly. Tough crowd. But inside, I stayed sharp. 096 wasn't going anywhere. But neither was SHIELD. Chapter 13, From Desert Screams to City Walls. The reinforced unit shook faintly with every sob that echoed from inside. The sound was muffled through layers of canvas and steel, but it was enough to put SHIELD's agents on edge. Men walked the perimeter with heads low, rifles in hand, but their eyes never lifted toward the source. I stood nearby, leaning casually against a stack of crates, arms crossed. My soldiers kept their silent watch in formation behind me. The desert night was cool, but the tension was thick enough to choke on. Coulson approached, calm as ever, hands folded behind his back. His face gave away nothing. He stopped a few feet from me, gaze flicking once toward the trembling storage unit before returning to me. Your people have stabilized it, he said evenly. Stabilized, I repeated with a grin. That's a generous way of saying it's wrapped up like a Christmas present and crying in the box. But yet, it's not tearing through your men right now. I call that progress. Coulson didn't smile. How long will it last? I tilted my head, still grinning but my tone turning harder. Not long enough. Look, Agent, I'll be straight with you, your camp isn't built for this thing. Too many eyes, too many cameras, too many men who don't know the rules. All it takes is one curious idiot, and you'll be mopping up half your base again. His jaw tightened, but his voice stayed calm. You have a suggestion? Of course I do, I said cheerfully. Let me take it. My team has transport. We move it off-site, far away from your hammer sideshow. You get your base back in one piece, I get a monster off your plate. Everybody wins. Silence stretched. Coulson studied me the way a man studies a puzzle he doesn't like the look of. His eyes flicked once toward my soldiers, then back to me. You expect me to hand over a hostile entity to someone I've known less than a day, he said quietly. I spread my hands. Not hand over. Cooperate. You saw what happened when you tried to stop it with guns. And you saw what happened when I stepped in. You know which one worked better. Coulson didn't reply immediately. He just looked at me, long and steady. I leaned in slightly, voice low but firm. Agent, I don't want your hammer. I don't care about your alien god drama. All I care about is making sure that thing doesn't break loose in your house. So either I take it somewhere safe, or you keep it here and pray none of your guys trip over their own curiosity." The quiet stretched, but finally, Carlson exhaled through his nose. "You'll file a report with me when it's secured." I grinned wide. "Deal." Moving SCP-096 was delicate work. My soldiers brought in the reinforced sled, the same design we'd used for SCP-882's fragment. Layers of synthetic restraints kept the creature bound, its hood still locked tight over its face. Every step shook the frame as 096 thrashed weakly, muffled sobs echoing. Shield agents cleared a wide path through the camp, keeping their heads down as my squad maneuvered the sled forward. Carlson walked alongside, silent but watchful. "Eyes low, steady hands," I said, walking at the head of the group. "Nobody peek. I don't care if you're curious. You look, you die. It's that simple." The bass grew quieter as we passed. Men stopped their work to listen to the muffled cries, heads bowed, jaws tight. At the perimeter, shield vehicles waited to escort us out. Carlson gestured once, and the drivers snapped into line. "You'll have 2 units following," he said. I smirked. "Insurance policy." "Observation," he corrected. "Sure," I said with a shrug. "Just remember to stay behind us. If it gets loose, you don't want to be in the front row." We loaded the sled into one of my jeeps, ropes pulled tight, suppressant sprayed until the air burned with the chemical stench. The convoy rolled out into the desert, headlights dimmed, engines humming low. I sat in the passenger seat of the lead jeep, window down, arm hanging lazily out as sand whipped past. Carlson's SUVs followed at a distance, their beams faint shadows on the ridges. My soldiers stayed sharp, rifles angled low but ready. The sobbing from the bound figure in the back never stopped. By the time we reached the plain, the horizon was streaked with early dawn light. The grey silhouette of the transport waited like a loyal beast, ramp lowered, engines silent. We pulled up, the convoy stopping in a loose line. Carlson's SUVs parked a ways back, their lights cutting across the sand. "Showtime," I muttered, stepping out. My men moved fast, sliding the sled down and dragging it up the ramp. The creature bucked once, the bindings straining, but suppressant hissed again and the struggle dulled. The muffled weeping echoed faintly through the metal interior. I followed it in, Carlson standing at the bottom of the ramp, arms folded. He didn't move to stop me, but his eyes stayed locked on me. Inside the plane, the sled was strapped to the reinforced deck. Nets layered over, chemicals saturating the bindings. The sobbing grew softer, but the hum of tension in the air never left. I exhaled, forcing a grin. "All right, boys. Time to clean house." I gave the order. In a blink, the sled was empty. The creature was gone. Only slack ropes and the faint stench of suppressant remained. The chime hit. "Reward, 1,000 points." I let out a long breath, tension sliding from my shoulders. Then I laughed quietly. Now that feels like progress. The systems shop unfolded before me, neat lists and impossible prices. But now, for the first time, I had enough. Base in New York City. Full facilities, research wings, barracks, containment cells, labs, medical divisions. The works. Cost, 1,000 points. I didn't hesitate. Confirm. The system accepted. A faint hum thrummed through my mind, confirmation solid and immediate. The Foundation now had a home. When I stepped back down the ramp, Carlson was waiting. His eyes flicked toward the empty sled, then back to me. "You moved it," he said evenly. "That's one way to put it," I said cheerfully. "It's gone." Won't trouble you again. He studied me for a long moment. Where? I spread my hands, grinning. Safe. Carlson didn't look satisfied, but he didn't press further. You understand, he said, this conversation isn't over. I clapped him lightly on the shoulder as I walked past. With you, Agent, I don't think conversations are ever over. But hey, your men can sleep without screaming in their ears tonight. You're welcome. He gave me one last flat look, then turned back toward his SUVs. The flight to New York was long. The desert gave way to mountains, then plains, then the coast. I sat in the cabin, boots propped on a crate, soldiers silent around me. My mind was already running ahead. New York. The system had built it instantly. Somewhere beneath the city, hidden and unreachable, the Foundation now had a real base. Not a tent, not a cage in the sand. A fortress. When the plane touched down outside the city, we transferred quietly. My squad and I slipped into the cover of night, moving toward our new home. The entrance was discreet, tucked into an abandoned industrial block on the edge of the borough. From the outside, it looked like nothing. Rusted metal doors, broken windows, graffiti scrawled across brick. But inside, down the stairwell, past reinforced gates, the world changed. White corridors stretched into the depths, sterile and gleaming. Laboratories buzzed with untouched equipment. Containment wings stood ready, thick glass and reinforced walls. Barracks lined with bunks waited for soldiers I didn't yet have. It was empty. Silent. Waiting. I walked slowly through the halls, boots echoing against tile. My soldiers followed at my back. I stopped in the main control room, walls lined with screens and consoles, ready to monitor threats across the globe. I dropped into the central chair, leaning back, a grin tugging at my lips. Well, boys. Welcome home. Chapter 14, Filling the Empty Halls. The hum of the plane's engines faded the moment we stepped into the new base. The sound was replaced by silence. Not the silence of a cave or desert, but a sterile, heavy quiet that echoed against clean walls and polished floors. I stood in the control room, hands on my hips, eyes sweeping over the rows of empty workstations and dark screens. The base was perfect. Too perfect. It had all the tools: labs, containment wings, barracks, but no people. Just me and my 10 soldiers. The space felt hollow without bodies moving through it. I turned slowly, glancing at the men standing behind me. They hadn't moved since entering, eyes forward, waiting. Reliable as ever. But 10 soldiers wouldn't be enough to run a base this size. We needed staff scientists, medical officers, engineers, guards. A foundation wasn't a foundation without people. I exhaled, rubbing the back of my neck. All right, boys. Let's fix the whole empty halls of doom vibe. Time to bring in more hands. The soldiers didn't answer, but their postures shifted slightly. Waiting for orders. I smirked faintly. Don't worry, you'll still be my favorites. But even you can't keep an entire facility running without help. The system answered the moment I made the call. Personnel. 1 point per soldier. More for specialists. Scientists, researchers, containment technicians, medical staff all available. Expensive in bulk, but worth every point. I still had hundreds left. Enough to seed the base properly. I started with security. Dozens of new soldiers appeared in neat rows in the barracks, fully equipped, disciplined, their eyes steady as they waited for orders. They didn't flinch at the suddenness of their arrival. They simply stood at attention, silent and ready. I walked among them, hands clasped behind my back, boots echoing against the concrete. Rows of faces turned as I passed, expressionless but attentive. Welcome to the Foundation, I said cheerfully, my voice carrying through the barracks. Your job is simple, keep the monsters in their boxes, keep the people outside safe, and never ask too many questions. You do that, and we'll get along just fine. No one spoke. No one needed to. I turned on my heel, smirking. See? I like this group already. Low drama. Next came staff. Scientists appeared in the labs, coats already white, clipboards in hand. Some tested equipment immediately, running diagnostics on containment cells. Others studied sample storage units, checking calibrations. Their movements were efficient, silent. Medical staff followed doctors and nurses filing into the infirmary, prepping beds, checking supplies. Engineers appeared in maintenance corridors, walking the length of the walls, testing systems, inspecting generators. Within an hour, the base shifted from silent emptiness to organized activity. Hallways that had echoed with only my boots now carried the steady rhythm of movement, soldiers marching, staff working, doors sliding open and shut. I leaned against the rail on the upper walkway of the control room, watching it all. My grin tugged wide. Now this feels like a foundation. My original 10 stood near the main command desk, scanning the room without speaking. I walked down the steps, joining them. All right, I said, clapping my hands once. Time to start assigning toys. We toured the base systematically. The containment wing came first. Glass-walled cells lined the corridor, each reinforced with thick barriers. Some glowed faintly with energy fields, others hummed with mechanical locks. Empty, for now. But not for long. I gestured toward them as we walked. These are your new best friends. Every cell you see is one less disaster on the loose. Treat them like gold. The soldiers nodded once in unison. Next came the labs. Scientists were already bent over terminals, their screens filling with streams of data. The hum of machines and the faint click of keyboards replaced the earlier silence. I leaned casually against a counter, grinning at one of the technicians. Don't worry, I won't breathe down your necks. Just make sure when I throw you a puzzle, you solve it before it explodes in my face. The technician didn't respond, but his hands moved faster on the keyboard. See? I said to the soldiers. Already motivated. We moved on to the infirmary. White walls, lined beds, medical monitors blinking faintly. A doctor adjusted supplies at a cabinet, nurses checking 4 lines. Everything gleamed like it had never been used. I walked the aisle between beds, my grin softer now. This wing is for us. Because as much fun as it is pretending we're untouchable, sooner or later someone's going to bleed. When that happens, this place keeps them breathing. I stopped, turning back to my squad. My tone sharpened. Don't forget that. Ever. They nodded. Finally, we returned to the control room. The screens now glowed with feeds, maps of the city above, satellite scans, global threat trackers. Engineers manned the consoles, their eyes flicking across readouts, their hands adjusting controls. I dropped into the central chair, spinning it lazily once before stopping. My grin came back full force. Now this is command. Look at that, our very own Batcave. Only less bats and more screaming monsters. The soldiers didn't react. I sighed. Tough crowd, as always. But beneath the humor, I felt the weight of it. This was the start. A real base. Real manpower. The foundation had teeth now. By evening, the base ran like it had always been alive. Soldiers patrolled corridors in steady rotations, engineers checked power lines, scientists compiled data. I sat at the main desk, feet propped up, rifle leaning against the chair. My original 10 stood nearby, watchful as ever. A soldier approached, voice flat. Personnel settled. Base secure. Awaiting next directive. I rubbed my chin, grinning faintly. Next directive, hey? Feels like we're finally in business. The soldier waited. I leaned back, staring at the glowing screens around me. All right, let's think. We've got a shiny new base, more hands than I know what to do with, and a world full of problems. Which means it's time to pick where we throw our weight first. Chapter 15, The Rotting Ground. The forest pressed quiet around us. No insects, no birds, not even the wind dared move the branches overhead. The stream beside us had turned sluggish, the water thick and dark. And in the clearing ahead, SCP-106 stepped forward. It wasn't fast. It didn't need to be. Every step it took left rot behind grass shriveled to black, tree bark cracked and peeled, stones themselves seemed to crumble into powder. Its shape was human enough to be familiar, but wrong enough to set every nerve on edge. Skin sagged against bone, long arms dragging with wet motion, a grin too wide stretched across its face. I raised my rifle, my grin fading. Well, there's our bogeyman. My soldiers adjusted instantly, rifles up, spread in a defensive arc. None of them flinched, though the decay spreading across the ground crept toward their boots. They pulled back a step, precise, coordinated. Beside me, Banner stiffened. His breathing had grown heavier the moment he saw it, his fists curling at his sides. Don't, I said quickly, my tone sharp for once. Not yet. Stay calm, document. His eyes flicked toward me, then back to the old man. He swallowed hard, his jaw tight. What the hell is that? Something that likes to play, I said, my cheer faint but still there. Problem is, the games always end with people screaming. The old man groaned, a wet, guttural sound that seemed to bubble from deep inside its chest. It tilted its head toward us, lips pulling back over yellowed teeth. The air grew colder. I snapped my fingers toward the soldiers. Suppressants. Now. Two of them stepped forward, canisters hissing. Thick mist billowed into the clearing, acrid and sharp, cutting across the creature's aura. The effect wasn't perfect, but it slowed the rot spreading outward. The grass still blackened, but not as quickly. The trees bent inward but didn't collapse. The old man hissed, its skin bubbling as the suppressant hit. It stepped back once, its form twitching like static, as if the mist interfered with whatever unnatural field it radiated. Good, I said, voice louder now. Keep it up. Don't let it close the distance. Banner's voice was low, strained. What's your plan? Guns aren't going to stop that. I smirked faintly without taking my eyes off the thing. Correct. But slowing it? That we can do. And if we slow it long enough, we can box it. The old man moved again, not walking this time but sliding. Its torso lurched forward unnaturally, its legs barely lifting as it crossed the rotting earth. The mist clung to its form, but it kept coming. I lifted my rifle, firing a burst into its chest. The rounds hit, tearing through the sagging flesh, but the holes oozed black sludge before sealing back together with wet squelches. I gritted my teeth, lowering the gun slightly. See? Doesn't like being shot, but it doesn't stop it either. Banner took a step back, his voice low. You can't keep it contained here. Not out in the open. I glanced at him. You're right. But we can force it to stay still long enough to drag it where it needs to go. The old man groaned louder now, its head twisting almost fully around before snapping back into place. It reached one clawed hand toward the nearest soldier. Back! I barked. The soldier stepped aside instantly, spraying suppressant straight into its chest. The creature shuddered, its skin cracking like old paint. I stepped forward, keeping my tone light even as my voice sharpened. Ugly, isn't it? Reminds me of my ex. Banner shot me a quick glare. This isn't a joke. Wasn't joking, I said without looking at him. Then, softer, serious, but don't worry. I've got this. The soldiers moved as one, circling. 2 unrolled reinforced synthetic nets, the material glowing faintly under the chemical treatment. Another prepared anchors, ceramic stakes to pin the nets into the ground. Go! I shouted. The nets flew. The old man shrieked, a horrible metallic sound that scraped across the air, as the first net draped over its hunched frame. Its claws ripped at the fibers, but the suppressant coating burned its skin, slowing the tearing. The second net followed, layering over the first. The soldiers yanked hard, pulling the edges tight, while others drove anchors into the rotting soil. The old man buckled, its limbs spasming as the nets tightened. I exhaled, grinning faintly. See? Boxed. Banner didn't look convinced. For how long? The old man answered for me. Its torso twisted, folding inward as if bones turned liquid. Its lower half sank straight into the ground, the nets straining as its body slid downward. Not long, I admitted, my grin tight now. This one cheats. The soldiers pulled harder, driving more anchors, spraying suppressant directly onto the nets. The creature shrieked again, its form stuck halfway between sinking and staying. I crouched slightly, my rifle aimed steady. My voice sharpened, directed at my men. Hold it down. I don't care if you have to bury it under the whole forest, it's not leaving this clearing. The nets glowed faintly under the suppressant, fibers stretching but not breaking. The old man clawed, but every swipe hissed as its hands burned against the material. Banner's breathing was louder now, his fists clenched, his knuckles white. He looked like a man standing on the edge of a cliff, one wrong push from falling. Doc, I said without looking at him. Stay calm. We can handle this. His eyes stayed locked on the creature, sweat streaking his forehead. He didn't answer. I pressed my rifle tighter into my shoulder. The soldiers held the nets firm. The old man screamed again, thrashing wildly, but for now it stayed pinned. For now. The clearing stank of rot and chemicals. The nets smoked faintly, the anchors trembling as the ground decayed beneath them. I exhaled, standing straighter, forcing a grin back into place. Well. That's one way to ruin a camping trip. No one laughed. I sighed. Tough crowd. But my eyes stayed locked on the pinned form of SCP-106. Every second it stayed bound was borrowed time. We needed to decide what came next. Chapter 16, Chains on Rotting Soil. The nets strained like they were holding back a storm. Synthetic fibers creaked under the pressure, black ooze dripping where the old man's claws scraped. Its twisted form twitched, half sinking into the ground, then jerking back up when suppressant hissed across its torso. I crouched low, rifle braced, watching every movement. My grin was there, but it was tight. Ugly doesn't like being wrapped up. Can't say I blame him. None of my soldiers answered. They pulled harder, driving anchors into the soil, reinforcing knots. Every motion was precise, disciplined, not an ounce of wasted energy. Beside me, Banner stood rigid, fists tight at his sides, eyes locked on the thing in the nets. His breathing was shallow, every inhale and exhale controlled like a man trying to keep a lid on boiling water. You need to end this quickly, he said, his voice low but firm. I tilted my head toward him, smirking faintly. End it? Doc, this one doesn't end. It just gets a new box. He shook his head, jaw tight. You can't keep it like that. Not in the open. That's why we're moving it, I said, standing, voice sharp now. I turned to my men. Portable containment. Sleds, restraints, go. They moved instantly. From their packs came collapsible sled frames, reinforced with synthetic plates, treated to resist corrosion. 2 men unfolded the base, locking ceramic joints into place with a muted click. Others rolled thick straps across the ground, preparing to wrap the creature's limbs tighter. Banner shifted, glancing between me and the creature. "You've done this before," he muttered. "Yup," I said cheerfully. "First time's always the worst. After that, it's just muscle memory." The old man hissed again, its skin bubbling where suppressant mist lingered. It pulled hard against the nets, and the anchors shuddered in the rotting soil. One snapped free with a sharp crack, the line whipping across the clearing. "Replace it!" I barked. A soldier rushed forward, driving another ceramic stake into the ground, looping the cable tight before the creature could rip free. Banner flinched at the sudden motion. His eyes were on the blackened ground spreading beneath SCP-106. It's corroding everything. The water, the trees. Even the rocks are breaking down." I glanced at him, grin faint. "Welcome to the show. This is what happens when you don't keep your monsters in cages." He swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. His voice dropped lower. "If it gets out, it won't stop." "Exactly," I said, serious now. "That's why we don't let it." The soldiers hauled the sled closer, dragging it across the forest floor until it rested beside the creature. 2 dropped to their knees, spraying suppressant along the base to form a coated layer. Others prepared reinforced straps with glowing edges of chemical treatment. "On my mark," I ordered. "Lift and secure." The nets tightened again. The old man's torso jerked, trying to sink through the ground, but the suppressant burned its skin until it reared back with a guttural groan. "Mark!" I shouted. 4 soldiers grabbed the nets, pulling in unison. The creature writhed, but the suppressant-laced fibers held, smoking where claws slashed. With strained grunts, they heaved it sideways, dragging it onto the sled's reinforced frame. The sled creaked under the weight, but held. "Strap it!" I barked. Synthetic restraints lashed around its limbs, pulling tight until joints popped. Another strap looped across its torso, pinning it flat against the sled. The hood over its head trembled with muffled groans, but its face stayed hidden. I exhaled slowly, lowering my rifle. My grin came back. "There we go. Like tying down a very angry, very ugly deer." Banner didn't laugh. He kept staring, fists still clenched, knuckles white. "What happens when it gets out?" I looked at him, grin fading into seriousness. "Then people die. Which is why it doesn't get out." The soldiers finished securing the sled, double-checking every knot, every anchor point. 2 sprayed suppressant directly across the restraints until they smoked faintly. "Ready for transport," one reported flatly. I nodded. "Good. Let's get moving before our friend decides he wants round 2. The forest path back to the transport wasn't easy. The sled dragged behind 2 jeeps, the frame groaning as it scraped over rocks and roots. My soldiers flanked it, weapons ready, suppressants always at hand. The muffled groans under the hood didn't stop, the sound carrying faintly over the hum of engines. Banner walked with me near the lead jeep, his shoulders tense, eyes flicking constantly toward the restrained creature. "You can't keep it forever," he said quietly. I smirked faintly. "Forever's not the goal. Tomorrow's the goal. Then the next day. 1 box at a time." He glanced at me sharply. "That's not a plan." "It's the only one that works," I replied, serious. "You think about forever, you freeze up. You think about right now, you act. Acting's what keeps people alive." He didn't respond. His eyes stayed locked on the sled, his jaw tight. By the time we reached the plain, dawn was breaking over the horizon. The sky shifted pale orange, streaked with thin clouds. The transport loomed ahead, ramp lowered, engines quiet. The sled dragged up the ramp with a harsh screech, metal grinding against reinforced flooring. Soldiers swarmed around it, locking it down with synthetic clamps, spraying suppressant across the straps again. Banner stayed at the base of the ramp, staring up at the thing. His voice was low, almost a whisper. "You're moving it, into a city." I glanced back at him, smirking faintly. "Into a box. Where that box ends up is my problem, not yours." His eyes flicked to me, suspicion sharp. "I don't trust this." I chuckled softly, stepping past him. "That makes two of us, document." Inside the plane, the old man writhed faintly against its bonds, muffled groans echoing through the metal hull. My soldiers stood guard around it, weapons steady, suppressant canisters lined in neat rows. I stood at the front, hands on my hips, watching. My grin tugged back into place. "All right, boys. Home delivery. Let's not lose the package on the way." The engines roared to life, dust whipping up around the ramp. The plane lifted slowly into the sky, the forest shrinking beneath us. Banner sat strapped into one of the side seats, his posture rigid, eyes never leaving the restrained creature. He didn't speak, not for the first hour, not for the second. When he finally did, his voice was strained. "If that thing breaks loose in here, none of us survive." I leaned back against the bulkhead, grinning faintly. "You've got a talent for pep talks, Doc. But you're right. If it gets loose, it's going to be ugly. Which is why it won't." His fists tightened again, the tendons in his neck standing out. He said nothing. The plane carried us east, toward New York. By the time we landed at the hidden strip outside the city, the sun was high. The sled screeched down the ramp, restraints still smoking faintly under suppressant treatment. The soldiers surrounded it instantly, pulling the frame across the hidden access path into the base below. Banner followed slowly, his eyes darting over the clean corridors and reinforced doors. He didn't speak, but his face said enough. He was unsettled. The sled dragged into containment. Reinforced doors slammed shut, seals hissing into place. The old man was shoved into the largest available chamber, nets still clinging to its frame. Suppressants hissed constantly from nozzles in the walls, coating the room in a faint chemical haze. The muffled groans inside continued, but the creature stayed bound. For now. I stood outside the chamber, hands on my hips, smirk tugging faintly at my lips. "Welcome to your new home, ugly. Try not to redecorate." The soldiers finished locking the chamber, their movements precise. When they stepped back, the room was sealed. I exhaled slowly, tension bleeding away. Then I turned to Banner, grinning wide again. "So, Doc. What do you think of my little club?" His expression was grim, his voice low. "You're playing with things you don't understand." I smirked faintly. Story of my life. Chapter 17, A Reluctant Guest. The reinforced doors clanged shut behind us, sealing SCP-106 in its chamber. The muffled groans echoed faintly through the walls, followed by the hiss of suppressant gas filling the room on a steady cycle. For the first time since the forest, I felt the knot of tension in my chest loosen. I turned, leaning casually against the railing outside the containment chamber. Banner stood a few feet away, shoulders tense, hands still clenched into fists. His eyes didn't leave the observation window. He was watching the old man writhe faintly against the nets, like he expected it to break free any second. I smirked, folding my arms. "Relax, Doc. You'll burn more calories staring at it than it will thrashing around." And trust me, it's not going anywhere tonight. He didn't answer immediately. His jaw was tight, his brow furrowed. Finally, he spoke in a low voice. You can't guarantee that. Nothing holds forever. I tilted my head, grinning faintly. True. But I don't need forever. I just need long enough to keep people alive until we build the next box. That's how this game works. Banner turned his head slightly toward me, his expression wary. That's not a game I want to be part of. I chuckled softly. Yeah, well, welcome to the Foundation. Membership's not optional once you've seen what's out there. He frowned, his eyes narrowing. So what now? You going to lock me in a cell too? I pushed off the railing, stepping closer. Nah. You're not the monster in the box, Doc. You're the guy who knows more about radiation, chemistry, and biology than half the people on this planet. Which makes you useful. And right now, useful's the only thing that keeps you from being a liability. Banner stiffened, his hands tightening. His voice dropped lower, cautious. I can't stay here. It's not safe. For me, or for you. I grinned, tilting my head. You're worried about the big green guy, aren't you? His eyes snapped to mine, sharp, but he didn't answer. I softened my grin just slightly, my tone shifting serious. Look, I'm not asking you to move in forever. Just stay long enough to help us figure out how to keep this thing. I jerked a thumb toward the chamber, where SCP-106 still writhed faintly under its nets, from turning New York into a sinkhole. You help me, then you can walk. No chains. No tricks. Banner's jaw worked. His voice was tight. And if I lose control? Then I'll deal with it, I said firmly. I'm not afraid of what's in you, Doc. I've seen worse. That earned me a sharp glare, the kind of look that said he didn't believe me. But he didn't walk away either. I smirked, spreading my hands. Come on. What's the worst that happens? You get a lab, some coffee, a quiet place to think. You've been running long enough, yet? Don't you want 5 minutes without looking over your shoulder? Banner's shoulders sagged slightly. His voice dropped. 5 minutes doesn't exist for me. I grinned again, lighter this time. Well, then let's try for 4. We'll round up later. He huffed through his nose, almost a laugh, but not quite. He looked back at the observation window, then down at the floor. Silence stretched between us. Finally, he muttered, a lab. That's it. I clapped my hands once, cheerful again. Perfect. Knew you'd see reason. The lab was on the lower level, adjacent to the containment wing. Sterile white walls, rows of equipment humming softly, monitors glowing faintly in the dim light. My engineers had already checked everything earlier, it was fully functional, untouched, waiting. Banner walked in slowly, eyes scanning every detail. He moved like a man expecting chains to drop from the ceiling at any second. I followed behind, hands in my pockets, grin tugging at my lips. Not bad, right? Beats tinkering in a rundown shack in the middle of nowhere. You get real microscopes, real instruments, and I opened a mini fridge in the corner, real bottled water. Try not to get spoiled. He gave me a flat look, unimpressed. You think bribing me with a lab and bottled water is going to make me forget this place is a prison? I smirked. Difference is, Doc, you've got the key to the door. You want out, you'll walk. But if you stay, you can actually make a difference. Your choice. He hesitated, eyes narrowing, then looked back at the equipment. His hands hovered over one of the monitors, fingers brushing lightly across the controls. I'll need access to the containment feeds, he said finally. His voice was steadier now, more focused. If I'm going to study it, I need live data. Movement patterns, energy readings, environmental changes. I leaned casually against a counter, grinning. Done. I'll have my tech guys hook you up in an hour. He gave me another look, but this one was less hostile. More resigned. I chuckled. See? Not so bad. You get to be the scientist, I get to be the charming guy with the gun. Everybody wins. Banner didn't answer. He moved to the terminal, already pulling up basic readouts. His face tightened again when he saw the decay rates climbing, the way the air itself corroded near SCP-106's presence. His voice dropped low. This isn't natural. Not even close. I leaned over slightly, grinning faintly. Now you're catching on. Hours passed. Banner stayed in the lab, monitoring SCP-106's chamber. He barely moved, eyes locked on the data feeds, muttering under his breath about chemical reactions and breakdown rates. My soldiers rotated shifts quietly outside, standing guard at the lab entrance. I brought him coffee halfway through, sliding the mug onto the desk beside him. He looked up sharply, suspicious, then frowned. You drink this stuff? Religiously, I said with a grin. Keeps me from being too charming all the time. He didn't laugh, but he took the mug. He sipped, then set it down without comment, eyes returning to the screen. I smirked, leaning against the wall. That's a yes, by the way. You like it? He ignored me. By evening, he finally pushed back from the terminal, rubbing his eyes. His voice was quiet. It's stable for now. The suppressants are slowing its corrosion field. But it's adapting. Give it a few days, it'll burn through your systems. I nodded, smirk fading slightly. So we adapt faster. He shook his head. You can't outpace something like this forever. I clapped him lightly on the shoulder, grinning again. Forever's not my concern. Today's my concern. Tomorrow we'll worry about tomorrow. He glanced at me, lips pressed tight, but he didn't argue further. That night, I walked him back toward the barracks section. He stopped at the door, looking around the sterile hallways, the soldiers standing silent guard. His voice was low, almost tired. You're building an army here. I smirked faintly. Not an army. A shield. Big difference. He didn't answer. I grinned wider, clapping him on the back. Get some rest, Doc. Tomorrow, we poke the monster some more. Chapter 18, Controlled Fire. The hum of machinery filled the lab, low and steady. Screens glowed pale against the sterile walls, lines of data rolling endlessly. The air smelled faintly of metal and chemicals, sharp enough to sting the nose. Bruce Banner sat hunched at one of the terminals, glasses perched low on his nose, his hands tapping across the keys. His posture was tense but focused, his jaw tight as his eyes flicked between readouts. I leaned casually against a counter behind him, arms folded, grin tugging at my lips. You know, Doc, I'm starting to think you like this. You're hunched over that terminal like it's Christmas morning. He didn't look up. This isn't fun. This is survival. Hey, survival's the only game worth playing, I said lightly. He shot me a quick glare, then went back to the screen. The feed showed the containment chamber. SCP-106 lay bound in its nets, the straps glowing faintly under chemical treatment. Its limbs twitched now and then, weak attempts at freedom, but the suppressants kept its decay field dulled. Banner typed another command, shifting the monitor to show energy readings. It's stable, but it won't stay that way. Its field fluctuates in waves. Every suppression burst weakens after a few hours. If you don't rotate the mixture, it'll burn straight through. I whistled softly. So we change the recipe before it learns the taste. Simple. Banner pinched the bridge of his nose. It's not simple. You're dealing with something that doesn't follow physics as we understand it. This is improvisation, not science. I smirked. Improvisation's gotten me this far. But hey, that's why you're here. You get to be the brains while I play charming host. He shook his head, muttering something under his breath. I stepped forward, clapping my hands once. All right, here's the plan. You're in charge of the tests. Controlled, small scale, nothing that rattles the cage too much. You tell me what you need, and I make sure you get it. Sound fair? Banner hesitated, then nodded slowly. Fine. But I set the pace. No rushing. No pushing. I grinned. Deal. You say jump, I say how quietly. He gave me another flat look. I left the lab briefly, boots echoing in the sterile halls. My soldiers were posted at every corner, silent as always. In the control room, the map glowed steady, New York pulsing faintly on the screen. I pulled up the personnel list. Scientists, researchers, containment techs. Banner was too good to burn out, and if I left him alone with the full weight of SCP-106, he'd snap or worse. So I recruited more. 5 new scientists materialized in the labs. Men and women in white coats, already carrying clipboards, already moving with professional focus. They didn't flinch at the facility's sterile air or the faint muffled groans from containment. They simply got to work. When I brought them to Banner's lab, his expression shifted immediately. Suspicion. Wariness. His hands curled slightly on the desk. Relax, Doc, I said, grinning. I didn't hire clowns. These folks are here to help you, not take your toys away. You're still the lead. They're just backup dancers. One of the new scientists stepped forward, a tall woman with sharp eyes. Dr. Banner, we're familiar with radiation studies and chemical suppression protocols. We'll follow your lead. Banner studied them for a long moment, then looked back at me. I work alone. I smirked. Not anymore. You're brilliant, but you're one guy. You try to carry all this solo, you'll crack. Let them help. You'll still be the conductor, Doc. They'll just play the notes. He looked down at the terminal again, lips pressed tight. His shoulders were tense, his breathing controlled. Finally, he muttered, "Fine. But they do what I say, when I say." I clapped him lightly on the shoulder. "Now you're talking like a boss." He shot me a look, but turned back to the monitor. The first controlled test began 12 hours later. Banner stood at the main console, scientists gathered around him, their hands hovering over instruments. On the screen, SCP-106 writhed faintly in its chamber, the suppressant mist rolling steadily. Banner's voice was calm but firm. "We'll adjust the mixture. Less nitric compound, more fluorine base. The goal is to slow the corrosion rate without accelerating its adaptive responses." The scientists nodded, hands moving to mix chemical cartridges. They worked quickly, efficiently, sliding the new batch into the suppressant system. I leaned against the railing, arms crossed, watching. "You sound like a chef. Little less salt, little more pepper." Banner ignored me. He typed a command, and the new suppressant hissed into the chamber. The mist shifted color slightly, paler than before. SCP-106 twitched. Its limbs jerked against the nets, skin bubbling faintly where the mist touched. It groaned, a horrible wet sound echoing through the speakers. The scientists flinched. Banner didn't. He leaned forward, eyes sharp on the readings. Field strength dropping. Rate of decay, cut by nearly 20%. I whistled softly. Look at you, Doc. Already making it sweat. Banner's lips pressed tighter. It's temporary. It'll adjust. Then we adjust faster, I said with a grin. The scientists scribbled notes, their voices low as they exchanged observations. Banner coordinated them without raising his voice, precise and deliberate. He stayed calm, every word measured, every motion controlled. I watched him closely. His fists never clenched fully, his breathing stayed steady. No hint of green beneath the surface. Good. Over the next 2 days, the lab became a rhythm. Banner led tests, adjusting suppressants, monitoring readings. The scientists followed his directions exactly, setting up equipment, running calculations. I stopped in often, leaning casually against counters, offering teasing commentary. You know, Doc, you look good bossing people around. Maybe I'll get you a lab coat with big cheese stitched on it. Banner didn't look up. Not funny. Sure it is, I said, grinning. You just don't appreciate my wit. He sighed, muttering, You're impossible. Yup, I replied cheerfully. But beneath the teasing, I kept my eyes on him. Every time the creature thrashed harder, every time its groans grew louder, I watched Banner's posture. Watched his breathing. Made sure he didn't tip too far. And he didn't. He stayed steady. Focused. Brilliant. On the third night, Banner sat slumped at the terminal, rubbing his eyes. His voice was low, almost tired. It's working. Slowly. The suppressants hold it longer each time. We're buying days instead of hours. I leaned against the desk, grinning faintly. See? Progress. You save the world, you get a gold star. He looked at me, unimpressed. You think this is victory? I smirked. I think it's a step. And steps keep us alive. He looked back at the screen, his shoulders sagging slightly. This won't end. There's always another step. Good thing I've got good boots, I said lightly. For a second, I thought he might laugh. He didn't. But his lips twitched just slightly before he turned back to the data. Chapter 19, The Roar Beneath the Lights. The control room was quiet, save for the low hum of servers and the faint hiss of ventilation. Monitors glowed pale in the dark, streams of data scrolling across the screens. Scientists muttered softly behind me, their voices a steady rhythm as they logged results from Banner's latest suppressant test on 106. I leaned back in the central chair, legs crossed, hands resting on my stomach. For the first time in days, I almost felt relaxed. Then the ding hit. Sharp, clean, in my head. I froze, my grin fading instantly. New SCP detected. Location, Stark Tower, Manhattan. My chest tightened. Stark Tower. The timing was too perfect to be coincidence. Stark had only just returned from Afghanistan, only just begun flaunting his shiny new armor. Which meant tonight, in that tower, Tony Stark was fighting his uncle in a stolen suit, the Ironmonger. And now? 682. My grin returned, but there was no humor behind it this time. Well, hell. That's the jackpot. I pushed up from the chair, boots clacking against the floor. My 10 original soldiers straightened immediately, their heads turning toward me. Gear up, I said sharply. We're moving out. New York's about to have one hell of a night. None of them hesitated. They turned and filed out, boots pounding against tile. Minutes later, the motor pool echoed with the roar of engines. Rows of Foundation vehicles lined the concrete bay, jeeps, armored transports, trucks fitted for containment gear. My original squad was already mounted, rifles slung, eyes forward. Behind them, 10 more teams stood in formation, 20 soldiers each. Their presence filled the bay with silent weight. I strode across the floor, helmet in hand, grinning faintly as I swung up into the lead jeep. "All right, boys," I said, voice carrying over the engines. "We've got a monster at Stark Tower, and an arms dealer in a mech suit playing Godzilla. Let's go introduce ourselves before the city burns down." The convoy roared to life, engines echoing through the underground tunnels. One by one, the vehicles rolled out, tires screeching against the ramp, headlights cutting through the dark. The city swallowed us whole. Manhattan at night was alive. Neon lights glowed across glass towers, taxis honked as they darted through intersections, and people crowded sidewalks even this late. Our convoy cut through it all, black vehicles sliding into traffic like sharks through water. I leaned out the jeep's window, wind whipping my hair, grin tugging at my lips. Gotta love this city. Always awake, always loud, never ready for what's coming. Beside me, one of my soldiers adjusted his rifle, eyes locked on the road ahead. He didn't answer. The convoy wove through avenues, engines humming steady, until the glow of Stark Tower appeared on the skyline. Bright, proud, new, and burning. Smoke curled from the plaza. Sparks rained down from above. The screech of tearing metal echoed even over the roar of engines. "Showtime," I muttered, my grin fading into something sharper. As we drew closer, the battle came into view. Tony Stark's red and gold armor streaked through the air, jet thrusters flaring bright. He slammed into a towering iron suit Obadiah Stane's ironmonger, sending sparks flying as the two clashed across the rooftop and down the side of the tower. The sound was thunder. Metal against metal, concrete cracking, glass shattering in explosions of light. Crowds of civilians scattered in the streets below, screaming as chunks of debris rained down. Cars crashed into each other, alarms blaring, panic spreading in waves. And then the ground shook. Not from Stark. Not from Stane. From something else. Something bigger. The asphalt split across the street in front of the tower. Pavement crumbled, dust rising in a choking cloud. A massive clawed hand tore through the concrete, followed by a scaled head that roared so loud the windows of nearby buildings shattered. SCP-682. The hard-to-destroy reptile. Its body surged upward, easily dwarfing cars, its scales glinting under city lights. Its eyes glowed faintly, rage burning in them. With one swipe of its claws, it sent a row of taxis flying like toys, metal crunching and glass exploding. The crowd's panic became a scream. My soldiers didn't flinch. Rifles rose, safeties clicked off. I gripped the jeep's rollbar, teeth clenched. "There's our real problem." Tony didn't notice at first. He was too busy trading blows with Stane, jets screaming as he dodged a swing that crushed a rooftop air unit. But when 682 roared again, the sound rolled across the block like thunder. Stark turned his head mid-flight, and his HUD locked onto the reptile tearing through his city. "Jarvis," his voice echoed faintly from above, "what the hell is that?" Stane didn't give him time to think. The ironmonger slammed him back against the glass wall of the tower, sparks bursting. And below, 682 stepped fully onto the street. Cars crushed under its weight. Its tail lashed out, smashing a bus into the side of a building. Screams filled the air. I drew a long breath, then exhaled slowly. My grin came back, but it was thin. "All right, boys. We've got two choices, throw everything we have at it, or pull out a miracle." I didn't say more. I didn't have to. We all knew. SCP-682 wasn't killable. Bullets, rockets, acid, fire, it didn't matter. It adapted. It survived. Always. But there was another option. For 90 points, I could summon SCP-239. For 1 minute. The child with the power to reshape reality itself. 1 minute would be enough. Or it wouldn't. And if it wasn't, the city would burn. I tightened my grip on the roll bar, my voice sharp now. Form up. First and second groups, cut civilians out of the street. Third and fourth, get heavy gear ready. The rest on me, eyes up, don't get eaten. Engines roared again as the convoy broke formation. Jeeps and transports peeled off, soldiers spilling into the streets. Boots thundered on asphalt, weapons raised. Suppressants hissed, nets unfurled, but even I knew it was a joke against something like 682. Still, we had to try. The reptile's roar shook the block as it turned toward the tower, its claws sinking into steel and glass. Stark and Stain were ants compared to it, their fight almost meaningless against the monster rising beneath them. I raised my rifle, sight locked on its massive head. All right, ugly. Let's see how long we can dance. Chapter 20, Teeth Against Steel. The street was fire and glass. SCP-682 tore through the asphalt like it was paper, claws gouging deep ruts in the road. Its body filled the block, scales glinting under the floodlights from Stark Tower. Every movement sent rubble flying, every step shattered concrete. Above it, Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane fought their duel of iron. Stark's red and gold armor darted in quick bursts, jets blazing, while the massive ironmonger stomped after him, its weapons firing with explosive bursts. But their battle froze the moment 682 roared. The reptile's head swung toward them. Its jaws opened wide, a guttural bellow blasting across the street like a shockwave. Glass rained down from nearby towers. Stain turned his suit toward the beast, targeting systems glowing. What the hell is this thing? His voice boomed through external speakers. I smirked faintly from the street below, rifle steady in my hands. Your problem, big guy. My soldiers spread out in formation, rifles up, suppressants spraying in a steady haze across the street. Canisters hissed, the acrid mist clinging to the reptile's hide, but it only blinked once, as if irritated. Stain raised the ironmonger's arm. Rockets fired, slamming into 682's flank. Fire blossomed across its scales, smoke curling into the night. When the flames cleared, the creature's hide was intact. It turned its head slowly, yellow eyes narrowing on Stain. That's not possible, Stain growled. I exhaled, my grin sharp now. Oh, it's possible. You just picked the wrong toy to shoot it. 682 lunged. Its jaws snapped shut around the ironmonger's torso. Metal screamed as fangs punctured steel. Stain shouted inside the suit, his voice cut off in a burst of static as the reptile whipped its head sideways. The massive mech tore free from Stark Tower's wall, crushed between teeth as sparks exploded. Stain didn't get a second chance. The ironmonger crumpled like tin, crushed flat between jaws that had broken stronger things than metal. Blood and oil sprayed together as the reptile bit down, then tossed the wreckage aside. The remains slammed into a nearby building, embedding deep in concrete. Obadiah Stane was gone. Stark hovered in the air, frozen, watching the wreckage burn. His voice finally came, sharp in the speakers. Okay. What the hell was that? I cupped my hands around my mouth, shouting up cheerfully, that's what I've been telling you. Big lizard, hates everything, doesn't die. Stark turned his helmet toward me, jets firing as he dropped lower. And you brought the marching band with you? What is this, Comic-Con? I smirked, even as 682's head swung back toward us. Foundation marching band, yeah. We're the guys who deal with things bullets don't kill. Lucky for you, you're now officially on the roster. Pass, Stark snapped. I'm not signing up for your snake-handling cult. The reptile's tail lashed, smashing a row of cars like toys. Fire flared across the street, and screams echoed from civilians still fleeing. I dropped the grin. My tone went sharp. Stark? You help us, or that thing turns your tower into a chew toy. Your choice. There was a pause. Then, through the speakers, his voice came again. Fine. But you owe me one hell of an explanation later. I smirked, grinned back. Deal. Now let's make sure we live long enough to have it. All groups, fire! I shouted. The street lit up. Dozens of rifles opened in unison, muzzle flashes strobing as bullets peppered 682's hide. Heavy weapons fired from mounted rigs on the transports, rockets streaking through the night. Explosions rolled across its flank, suppressant mist hissing in clouds. The reptile barely flinched. Scales shattered, but new ones grew almost instantly, harder, thicker. Its roar thundered across the street, shaking the pavement under our boots. Stark! I shouted. Hit it in the face. Make it blink. Iron Man shot forward, jets flaring as he darted above the reptile's head. Repulsors fired from both palms, blasting into its eye. The creature reared back, roaring in rage, clawed hands swiping at him. Stark dodged, weaving through the air, his voice sharp through the comms. Okay, yeah, bullets aren't working. Got anything bigger than a squirt gun down there? I grinned faintly, even as my soldiers reloaded. Working on it. Keep it busy. The reptile slammed a claw down onto the street, crushing one of our transports flat. Soldiers scattered, boots pounding against asphalt as the shockwave buckled the road. Two weren't fast enough. The claw came down, and when it lifted, they were gone. My chest tightened. My grin vanished. Get those men out of the kill zone. Push it back from the tower. Suppressant hissed again, rolling in thick waves. The reptile coughed once, irritated, then swept its tail again. My jeep flipped end over end, smashing against a lamp post. Soldiers leapt clear just in time, rifles snapping back to fire. Above, Stark fired another repulsor blast, this time into the side of its mouth. The glow seared against its teeth, forcing the jaw open wider. Not getting dental for this thing, Stark muttered. I barked into my radio, 5th and 6th groups nets. Wrap its damn legs. Synthetic nets fired from launchers, glowing faintly as they spread wide. They wrapped around 682's hind limbs, burning faintly where chemical treatment clung. The reptile roared, bucking violently, its weight shaking the street. The nets strained, fibers creaking, but held for the moment. I lifted my rifle, firing into its joints. My men followed, dozens of rounds slamming into the same spot. Scales cracked, ichor spraying black across the asphalt. The reptile groaned, staggering slightly. Stark dove low, slamming into its jaw with a full thruster burst. The head jerked sideways, smashing into a building. Glass exploded outward as the beast staggered again. I grinned wide, adrenaline pumping. There we go. Teamwork makes the dream work. Stark's voice shot back instantly, dry. You're not allowed to say that again. 682 roared, jerking violently. The nets snapped one by one, fibers shredding under brute force. The reptile rose higher, its massive body blotting out the tower lights. I clenched my teeth, shouting sharply. All units, pull back. Regroup. Do not get trampled. Soldiers scrambled, vehicles reversing hard. My men moved in perfect coordination, suppressants spraying even as they retreated. Stark fired another volley of repulsors into its chest, jets screaming as he pulled upward. You got a plan, or are we just bleeding it until it gets bored? I smirked faintly, even as my voice dropped serious. Oh, I've got a plan. You keep punching it in the face, I'll figure out the rest. The reptile swung its head, roaring again, jaws snapping shut inches from Stark. He twisted, rockets firing, barely clearing the bite. Yeah, that's a great plan, Stark muttered. Keep punching. Love it. I raised my rifle again, firing another burst into its flank. My soldiers mirrored me, the street alive with fire and smoke. 682 roared, thrashing violently, but for the first time, it wasn't moving forward. We were holding it. For now. The night stretched into fire and thunder. Stark streaked above, jets flaring, every quip cutting through the comms as he blasted, dodged, and cursed. My soldiers moved in formation, nets snapping out, suppressants hissing, rifles chattering. 682 refused to fall. But it wasn't advancing either. We had bought the city a few precious minutes. Chapter 21, Reinforcements in the Fire. The street was chaos. Smoke and fire rolled across the block, cars burned in rows, and the ground shook under every step of SCP-682. The reptile roared, its massive jaws opening wide, teeth dripping black ichor that sizzled where it hit concrete. My soldiers fired in controlled bursts, suppressant mist hissing from canisters, nets flying wide to tangle its limbs. Above, Tony Stark darted in arcs of red and gold, his repulsors blazing with each strike against the creature's hide. And still, it didn't fall. Not dead. Not even close. I lowered my rifle for a second, teeth clenched, before slapping my radio. All Foundation units in New York, converge on Stark Tower. Heavy gear only. I want containment crates, reinforced nets, and every damn canister you can carry. Move now. Static buzzed back. Then calm, flat voices answered, acknowledged. The order was out. Reinforcements would come. I leaned back against the jeep, reloading my rifle. My grin tugged faintly at the corners of my mouth, though my eyes stayed sharp. All right, ugly. Let's see how you like company. 682's head swung toward me, its eyes glowing faint in the firelight. It roared, the sound rolling down the street like a wave. My soldiers didn't flinch. They raised rifles again, firing in unison. Above us, Stark zipped lower, landing in the street with jets hissing. His armor was scorched, paint scraped off in patches, but his voice came through external speakers sharp as ever. Okay, mystery man with the private army, this isn't working. You've got guys shooting BB guns at Godzilla while I'm running on battery fumes. Tell me you've got a better idea. I grinned, calling over the gunfire. I just ordered a better idea. Reinforcements are inbound. Big guns, heavy toys, the works. Reinforcements. Stark repeated. What, the National Guard? Because I'm pretty sure they'll just get eaten. Not the Guard, I said cheerfully. My guys. You'll like them. They're quiet. The reptile roared again, smashing a claw down on the building to our left. Concrete crumbled, dust raining down as an entire wall collapsed into the street. Civilians screamed further down the block, scrambling through smoke. Stark turned his helmet sharply. Jarvis, evac route, now. Already mapped, sir, the AI's voice answered. Stark launched into the air again, darting toward the civilians. He landed in front of them, repulsors blazing as he cut through the debris blocking their way. Go. Move. Get out of here. They didn't need telling twice. I smirked faintly, watching him herd them out. See? He's got a heart. Knew I liked that guy. Engines roared behind us. More black transports barreled into the street, Foundation reinforcements pouring out in formation. Soldiers carried heavier rifles, mounted launchers, reinforced nets coiled on their backs. They moved with the same silent precision as my original 10, falling seamlessly into position. I lifted my rifle, shouting over the noise. Form up! Nets on the legs, suppressants on the head. Heavy launchers to my mark. Dozens of boots pounded against asphalt. Nets hissed through the air, glowing faintly under chemical treatment as they tangled around the reptile's forelimbs. 682 thrashed, scales cracking under the pull, ichor spraying in streams. Its roar shook the ground, windows shattering in nearby towers. The first rocket launcher fired. A dull thump, then a streak of smoke. The warhead slammed into the beast's flank, the explosion ripping through its scales. Fire and smoke curled outward. The blast cleared. New scales had already begun forming. I clenched my jaw. Keep firing. Pin it down. Another volley streaked upward. The street glowed with blasts, smoke rolling across the block. Suppressants hissed in thick clouds, coating the reptile's hide. Stark swooped overhead, dodging a claw swipe that barely missed his thrusters. Okay, I'm officially impressed. Where the hell did you get these guys? I smirked faintly, even as I shouted orders. Mail order. Came with free shipping. Funny, Stark snapped. Try explaining it later. Right now, keep it out of my tower. That's when S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived. Black SUVs screeched into the far end of the street, doors flying open. Agents spilled out, rifles raised, their uniforms sharp under the glow of fire. Floodlights snapped on from mobile rigs, illuminating the reptile's massive form. At the head of the group, Agent Phil Cowlson stepped forward, his pistol already in hand. His calm eyes swept over the chaos, my soldiers firing in formation, Stark blasting overhead, the reptile tearing through nets with raw force. He didn't flinch. He raised his radio instead. This is Agent Cowlson. All units, fire on the target. Shield rifles opened up, their bullets snapping into 682's flank in a hail of sparks. Smoke and heat filled the air, the street alive with noise. I smirked faintly, even as I ducked behind the jeep. Well, look at that. The cavalry's here. Guess the party's official. Cowlson moved toward me through the chaos, his pistol steady even as he fired controlled shots into the reptile's joints. You again, he said flatly when he reached me. Surprise, I said cheerfully, firing another burst into the creature's chest. Brought friends this time. You're welcome. He didn't smile. His eyes flicked toward the Foundation reinforcements, then back at me. You'll explain this later. Sure, I said, smirking. Assuming we live that long. 682 roared again, thrashing wildly. Its tail whipped through a row of buildings, glass and steel collapsing in an avalanche of debris. Soldiers scattered, agents dove for cover, and Stark zipped upward, barely clearing the wave of dust. Big guy's cranky, I muttered, shouting into my radio. All nets. All suppressants. Lock it down now. Dozens of launchers fired in unison. Nets spread wide, glowing in the floodlights as they tangled around the reptile's torso and limbs. Suppressants hissed in thick clouds, coating the air until it stank of chemicals. For a moment, just a moment, the beast staggered. Its limbs pulled tight, nets creaking under the strain. Hold it! I shouted. Don't let it move. Every soldier and agent fired at once. The street lit up like daylight, flashes of gunfire, bursts of rockets, Stark's repulsor slamming into its skull. 682 roared, the sound so loud the pavement cracked. Its body shuddered, nets straining to the breaking point. Then, with one violent surge, it ripped free. Fibers snapped like twigs. The suppressants burned its hide, but new scales grew thicker, harder, shielding it from the mist. It rose higher, eyes burning bright as it swung its head down toward us. My grin vanished. My voice sharpened. Everyone, scatter. Now. The reptile's claw came down, smashing into the street where we'd stood. Asphalt exploded outward, shockwaves rattling windows for blocks. Carlson pulled back with his agents, his voice calm even over the chaos. We need to contain it. Evacuate the block. Working on it. I shouted, firing into its joints. My soldiers moved with mechanical precision, suppressants spraying in steady bursts even as they dodged rubble. Stark zipped down again, blasting its eye with both repulsors. Okay, seriously, what's it going to take to kill this thing? I grinned faintly, even as I reloaded. More time than we've got. Just keep hitting it, Iron Man. He groaned in the comms. I knew you were going to say that. 682 roared again, its massive body blotting out the skyline. The fight wasn't ending anytime soon. Chapter 22, Lines in the Fire. The street was fire and thunder. SCP-682 stood in the middle of it, scales cracked but already regenerating, its roar shaking the blocks around Stark Tower. My men fired in formation, suppressants spraying in waves, nets snapping wide, every weapon we had hammering into the monster's hide. And still, it didn't die. Stark darted overhead, jets roaring, his red and gold suit streaking through fire and smoke. His repulsors blasted into the reptile's eyes and mouth, forcing its head to jerk back each time, but it never slowed for long. And now S.H.I.E.L.D. was here. Their SUVs lined the far end of the street, floodlights cutting through smoke. Agents fired in disciplined bursts, Carlson at their lead, pistol steady as he walked the line. His voice carried calm authority even in the chaos. Focus fire. Aim for the joints. Our groups merged seamlessly. Foundation soldiers and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stood shoulder to shoulder, rifles snapping, launchers thumping, suppressants hissing. The roar of firepower rolled down the block like a wave. I reloaded, grinning faintly despite the sweat on my forehead. Well, look at that. A joint task force. Never thought I'd see the day. Carlson moved toward me, his pistol barking with each shot. He didn't look away from the monster. We can't hold this line forever. I smirked, raising my rifle again. We don't need forever. Just long enough. The reptile's head swung down toward us, jaws snapping wide. A Foundation soldier dove aside, another yanking him clear just before teeth crashed into the asphalt, ripping a crater where they'd stood. Fall back 5 meters. I shouted. The line moved instantly, boots pounding, suppressants hissing to cover the retreat. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents matched the motion without hesitation. The line bent, but didn't break. Above, Stark zipped lower, his voice sharp in external speakers. Hey! You two down there! I'm running on battery fumes and that thing's still breathing down my neck. Tell me you've got an ace up your sleeve. I smirked faintly, even as my voice went serious. Actually, Stark, I do. Just needed to buy enough time to play it. His helmet turned toward me mid-flight. You've been holding out on me. Relax, I said, raising a hand. You'll like this one. The reptile roared again, swinging its tail through the block. Cars flipped end over end, fire blooming. Soldiers and agents dove for cover, rifles rattling even as debris rained down. I stepped forward, boots crunching glass. My grin faded, my tone sharp. All units, cover the street. Keep it busy. I'll handle the rest. Carlson glanced at me, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Handle what? You'll see, I said lightly. Then I called her. The air shimmered for a moment, like heat rising from asphalt. Then she appeared. SCP-239. A little girl in a simple dress, her hair pale, her eyes wide. She looked no older than 8. Her expression was calm, almost curious, as she glanced around at the burning street, the soldiers firing, the massive reptile roaring above. And then she raised her hand. Her voice was soft, almost like she was playing. Stop. 682 froze. Its massive body locked mid-step, tail suspended, jaws open. Its scales quivered faintly, ichor dripping, but it couldn't move. The street went silent. Rifles lowered. Fire crackled, but no one breathed. Tony hovered in mid-air, his jets cutting power as he stared down at her. What the hell is that? I smirked faintly, leaning my rifle against my shoulder. That, Stark, is our miracle for the night. Don't blink. It doesn't last. 239 tilted her head, eyes narrowing on the reptile. Go away, she said softly. 682 roared, straining, but the sound cut short like a muted echo. Its body shuddered once, twice, and then, with a sound like tearing paper, it vanished. Gone. The street was empty where it had stood. Soldiers lowered their rifles. Shield agents stared. Stark dropped lower, landing in the street with a heavy thud, his faceplate turning sharply toward me. Okay. No. Nope. What just happened? I smirked, shouldering my rifle. Looks like it RESP on somewhere else. These things don't exactly play fair. He pointed a gauntlet hand at me. RESP on? That's your explanation? Like it's a video game. Worked, didn't it? I said cheerfully. He groaned, his helmet tilting back slightly. Unbelievable. I thought I was the weird one in this city. Carlson approached slowly, his eyes steady on me. Where did it really go? I smirked faintly, keeping my tone light. Like I said, somewhere else. Out of your hair. Which means your tower is safe again. You're welcome. He studied me for a long moment, but said nothing. Behind me, 239 faded. She blinked once, then dissolved into light, her presence vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. The street was quiet now. Just smoke, fire, and the distant wail of sirens. I exhaled slowly, then clapped my hands once. All right, boys. Pack it up. Let's give the city back before someone writes us a ticket. The Foundation soldiers moved instantly, collecting spent nets, hauling equipment, securing transports. Shield agents did the same, Carlson directing them with his usual calm tone. Stark stood in the middle of it, armor scorched, jets whining softly as he powered down. His helmet tilted toward me again. You and I, he said, voice dry, are going to have a very long talk later. I grinned wide. Looking forward to it, Stark. Drinks on you. Chapter 23, Points on the Table. The smoke was still rising when I gave the order. All units, pull back. We're done here. My soldiers moved instantly, gathering what remained of our equipment, loading into transports with silent precision. The street was chaos, fire crews moving in, civilians screaming in the distance, shield agents cordoning off the block. Tony Stark stood in the middle of it all, his armor battered, jets whining, helmet tilted toward me. He didn't call me back. Carlson didn't try to stop me. Both of them had too much to handle already. Fine by me. Engines roared as the Foundation convoy peeled away from Stark Tower, tires screeching on cracked asphalt. Sirens wailed in the distance, fire trucks pushing through, police scrambling to clear civilians. In the rearview mirror, the glow of flames reflected against the glass skin of the tower. I leaned back in my seat, rifle resting across my lap, grin faint on my face. Well, boys. That was fun. Let's never do it again. No one answered. The trip back was long but quiet. Manhattan gave way to the hidden access tunnels we'd carved beneath the city. The transports rumbled down reinforced corridors, headlights cutting through sterile concrete until the gates of the Foundation base loomed ahead. The doors slid open. The base swallowed us. Inside, the atmosphere shifted instantly. No smoke, no chaos, no civilians. Just the clean hum of lights, the steady rhythm of boots on tile, and the quiet efficiency of staff already waiting. Scientists paused their work to watch us return. Engineers stood by with clipboards, taking note of damaged gear. Soldiers fell back into formation, silent as statues. My boots echoed as I stepped out of the jeep, stretching my shoulders. My grin widened slightly. Home sweet home. Not a scratch on me. Bet you can't say the same, Stark. I doubted he'd appreciate the joke. The ding came the moment I crossed the control room. Reward, 10,000 points. I froze for a moment, then chuckled quietly, leaning against the console. 10,000. Not bad for one angry lizard. The list unfolded before me. Equipment. Personnel. Facilities. Entire pages of options that had been impossible before. Now, every one of them was open. I rubbed my chin, grinning faintly. All right, let's go shopping. First came personnel. Soldiers, hundreds of them. Scientists, researchers, engineers, medical staff. I filled the barracks and labs, the empty wings that had echoed now humming with life. White coats bustled through the corridors, technicians calibrating instruments, researchers reviewing data. Soldiers patrolled in perfect formation, their presence doubling, tripling, filling every corner of the base. Next came equipment. Heavy launchers, portable containment rigs, suppressants by the crate. Vehicles, aircraft, armored transports. The motor pool expanded until it looked like a small army division's dream. Then facilities. Reinforced containment wings, deeper and stronger than before. New labs, gleaming and sterile. Medical bays stocked with more supplies than most hospitals. The base transformed before my eyes, shifting from a skeleton crew into a living fortress. I leaned back in the central chair, boots on the console, grinning wide. Now that's more like it. Finally feels like a real foundation. That's when I saw it. A flashing line at the bottom of the list. Limited time offer. SCP-239. Price, 5,000 points. My grin froze, then widened again. Well, that's a steal. I didn't hesitate. I hit confirm. The base shuddered faintly, lights flickering for half a second. Then she was there. SCP-239. The girl stood quietly in the center of the barracks, her dress simple, her eyes wide. Pale hair fell across her shoulders, her expression calm but unreadable. Soldiers froze in their tracks, turning toward her. She didn't speak. I walked forward, my boots loud against the tile. My grin softened, my tone lighter than usual. Welcome home, kiddo. Her eyes flicked toward me, curious, cautious. She didn't answer. I crouched slightly, resting my arms on my knees, grinning faintly. Don't worry. You're safe here. No monsters, no screaming lizards. Just us. For a moment, she just watched me. Then she nodded once, small and slow. That was enough. The next hours were spent securing her wing. Reinforced walls, layered suppressants, monitoring equipment. Scientists moved carefully, setting everything in place without speaking to her. Soldiers stood guard in silence, their eyes forward, rifles steady. I stood at the observation window, hands in my pockets, grin faint. SCP-239 sat quietly on the cot in the center of the room, her legs tucked under her, her gaze distant. I exhaled softly, my grin widening again. Guess we're not so empty anymore. The base hummed with activity. Soldiers drilled in the barracks, their boots thundering in unison. Scientists filled the labs, their screens glowing with streams of data. Engineers patrolled corridors, clipboards in hand, checking power lines and containment seals. And now, 239 was here. The Foundation had teeth. Chapter 24, The Child in the Lab. The base was alive. Engines rumbled in the motor pool, soldiers drilled in the barracks, scientists moved in precise lines through the labs. Every corridor echoed with the sound of activity, the kind of hum I'd wanted since the day this place first opened. But the air carried something new now. SCP-239. The girl sat quietly in her containment wing. Reinforced glass, layered suppressants, monitors lined across the walls. She hadn't made a sound since she appeared. She just sat on her cot, legs tucked under her, eyes scanning the walls as if memorizing them. I stood at the observation window, arms folded, grin faint on my lips. Well, aren't you the quiet type? She turned her head slightly, her gaze flicking toward me. No words. Just that calm stare. I smirked, leaning against the glass. Don't worry. You'll get used to us. We're loud, but we're not boring. She tilted her head, then turned back toward the far wall. I chuckled softly. That was when the door behind me opened. Banner stepped inside. He looked the same as always, tired eyes, cautious posture, hands shoved into his pockets like he was trying to make himself smaller. His gaze swept over the observation room, then landed on the girl. He froze. That's her? He asked quietly. I grinned, glancing at him. Yep. Our newest roommate. Cute, huh? He didn't answer. His jaw tightened, his shoulders stiff. He walked slowly toward the glass, stopping a few feet from it. His eyes locked on the girl, his breathing careful and steady. What is she? He asked finally. I shrugged, still grinning. That's the fun part. We don't know. But she makes lizards disappear, so I figured you might want to take a closer look. His eyes flicked toward me, sharp. You want me to study her? Bingo, I said, tapping the glass lightly. You're the science guy, Banner. I've got a dozen white coats here who'll poke and prod, but you actually think. You see things they don't. So she's yours now. He frowned, looking back at her. You can't just hand me something like this. Sure I can, I said cheerfully. I'm the boss. Perks of the job. He exhaled slowly, his shoulders sagging slightly. His voice dropped lower. This isn't safe. For her. For anyone. I smirked faintly, serious now. Nothing in this place is safe. But she's here, and so are we. Which means we figure it out before she decides to play with the wrong toy. He pressed his lips tight, staring at the girl through the glass. SCP-239 sat quietly on her cot, her hands folded in her lap, her gaze distant. Banner finally muttered, Fine. But I need a team. I can't do this alone. I grinned wide, clapping him on the shoulder. Already waiting for you, document. Down in the lab wing, 3 scientists stood ready. 2 men, 1 woman, all in crisp white coats, clipboards tucked under their arms. Their eyes flicked toward Banner as we entered, but none spoke first. I gestured toward them. Meet your backup dancers. They'll follow your lead, no questions asked. You call the shots, document. Banner adjusted his glasses, glancing over them briefly before turning back toward me. What are their backgrounds? Chemistry, physics, and behavioral sciences, I said, ticking each off on my fingers. Brains, brains, and more brains. Think of them as your support crew. He nodded slowly, his posture still tense. I smirked. Don't worry, they're not as annoying as me. Promise. That earned me a sharp look, but no comment. The first observation session began that evening. Banner stood at the central console, the three scientists at their stations. I leaned casually against the back wall, arms folded, watching. On the screen, SCP-239 sat quietly in her chamber. Her small hands rested on her knees, her eyes scanning the walls again. Banner cleared his throat softly. 239, can you hear me? The girl turned her head slowly, her gaze fixing on the camera. She didn't speak. Banner's voice stayed calm, steady. My name is Bruce. I'm here to make sure you're okay. We just want to watch for now. Nothing else. She blinked once, then looked away. Banner exhaled softly, glancing toward the monitors. Baseline readings stable. No unusual energy spikes. The woman at the side terminal nodded, typing quickly. Confirmed. I smirked faintly. See? She likes you already. Banner shot me a quick glare, then went back to the console. The hours dragged slow. Banner and the scientists recorded everything. The way she moved, the way she breathed, her heart rate, her responses to sound. Every detail logged, every number measured. She never spoke. She never moved from the cot. Just sat there, quiet, watching. I leaned back in my chair, boots propped on the edge of the console, smirking faintly. She's got better patience than me. I'd be climbing the walls by now. Banner ignored me, his focus locked on the screens. His voice stayed calm, precise. Respiration consistent. No fluctuation in stress markers. She's calm. He said it like it surprised him. By midnight, the session ended. Banner rubbed his eyes, setting his glasses aside. The scientists gathered their notes, their expressions focused, professional. I stood, stretching, grin wide. Well, that was riveting. Kid sat still, breathed evenly, didn't explode the room. I call that a win. Banner gave me a flat look. This isn't a joke. I smirked, clapping him lightly on the shoulder. Relax, Doc. I know. You did good. She didn't twitch once. You keep her steady, I'll keep the soldiers steady. Deal. He hesitated, then nodded once. The next day, the work continued. Banner arrived early, dark circles under his eyes but his posture steady. The scientists joined him, their notes already in hand. I strolled in last, coffee in one hand, grin on my face. Morning, team, I said cheerfully. Ready to poke the mystery box again. Banner sighed, adjusting his glasses. It's observation. Nothing more. Sure, I said, sipping my coffee. But observation doesn't sound as fun. He shook his head, muttering under his breath, but turned back to the console. This time, he tried speaking again. 239, can you hear me? The girl turned her head slightly, her gaze flicking toward the camera again. Banner's voice stayed calm. You don't have to answer. But if you can, blink once. For a moment, nothing. Then she blinked. The room went still. Banner leaned forward, his tone calm but sharper now. Good. Thank you. That's very good. The scientists scribbled notes quickly. I smirked faintly, sipping my coffee. See? She likes you. Banner ignored me, his eyes locked on the screen. Hours passed. More notes. More careful words. More quiet watching. And still, the girl stayed calm. By evening, Banner stood outside the chamber with me, staring through the glass. His shoulders were tense, his hands shoved into his pockets. She's powerful, he said quietly. Too powerful. If she wanted to. He trailed off, shaking his head. I smirked faintly, my tone light. Good thing she doesn't want to. Right now, she just wants to sit on her cot and stare at the walls. We can work with that. He looked at me sharply. You can't take this lightly. I chuckled softly. Who said I was? I take people I care about seriously, Doc. You, my men, that kid in there. That's why I trust you with her. Because you won't take it lightly either. He blinked, surprised, then looked back at the glass. Inside, SCP-239 sat quietly, her small hands folded in her lap. Chapter 25, Stark at the Gate. The base had settled back into its rhythm. Engines rumbled in the motor pool, soldiers marched through the barracks in perfect formation, and the labs buzzed with quiet focus. Banner's team worked steadily with 239, keeping her calm under careful observation. My soldiers patrolled the corridors, silent and watchful, their boots echoing off reinforced tile. Everything looked normal. At least, normal for us. Then came the alert. Not the kind in my head. This one was from the outer perimeter. A visitor. A very specific visitor. Tony Stark. I stood in the control room, leaning against the console as the feed popped up. Stark was outside the first gate, standing in that expensive suit of his, no armor, no entourage. Just him and a pair of sunglasses that didn't hide how little sleep he'd gotten. I grinned faintly. Well, look who came knocking. My original 10 were already waiting behind me. Silent. Ready. I waved a hand casually. Open the gate. Let him in. The motor pool echoed with the sound of the heavy door sliding open. Stark strolled in like he owned the place, hands in his pockets, sunglasses catching the overhead lights. He didn't flinch at the sight of soldiers lined in neat rows, rifles slung, eyes steady on him. If anything, he smirked. Nice club you've got here, he said, voice dry. You taking applications, or is this one of those exclusive invite-only things? I stepped forward, grinning wide. Exclusive. But you're special, so I'll make an exception. He tilted his head, studying me over the rim of his glasses. Yeah, see, that's what worries me. You show up out of nowhere, your army of quiet stormtroopers helps me fight a dinosaur the size of a building, and then you vanish like a bad Tinder date. So now I'm here, because I hate not knowing who I owe my life to. I chuckled softly. Fair enough. Guess I owe you an introduction. I spread my arms, still grinning. We're the Foundation. We protect Earth from the things no one else can. Stark raised an eyebrow, lowering his glasses slightly. Foundation, hey? Sounds like a startup. Let me guess, non-profit, secret donors, no stock options. Something like that, I said cheerfully. We keep the monsters in boxes, we keep the lights on, and we do it all without headlines. You saw what we fought last night? That's Tuesday for us. His smirk faded a little. That thing. The lizard. You're telling me you deal with that kind of nightmare every week? I nodded, still grinning faintly. More or less. Some bigger, some smaller. Doesn't matter. If it's dangerous, we find it, we box it, and we make sure people like you can keep building shiny towers without getting eaten." He studied me for a moment, his jaw tight. Then he laughed softly, shaking his head. "You've got balls, I'll give you that. But here's the problem: I don't like shadows. And you? You're a whole damn eclipse." I chuckled. "You don't have to like us. You just have to understand why we exist." He pointed a finger at me, sharp. "Oh, I understand just fine. You've got resources, discipline, gear that doesn't come from Walmart. Which means somebody's paying for this. And I want to know who." I smirked, leaning closer. "Trade secret." He groaned, rolling his eyes. "Of course it is. You're like Nick Fury, but with less charm." I barked a laugh. "Now that's insulting." "At least I smile." That got the faintest twitch of his lips. He pushed his sunglasses back up, glancing around the base. His eyes lingered on the soldiers, the vehicles, the sterile halls stretching beyond. "This is a lot," he muttered. I shrugged lightly. "We need a lot. Monsters don't exactly come one at a time. You build a tower to keep the world safe with tech. We build this. Same idea, different style." He looked back at me, his smirk faint. "And you expect me to believe you're doing this out of the kindness of your heart?" I grinned wide. "Kindness, survival, call it what you want. Point is, it works." I led him deeper into the base. The corridors stretched wide, soldiers standing guard at every corner, scientists passing with clipboards in hand. Stark's eyes flicked everywhere, taking in every detail. "Not bad," he said finally. "Clean, efficient, way too much concrete. If you ever want to add a little style, I'll send my guys over." I smirked. "I'll keep that in mind. Though we're more keep the monsters in boxes than feng shui." He chuckled softly, shaking his head. "You're something else." We stopped outside the observation wing. Behind the glass, SCP-239 sat quietly on her cot, her small frame still, her eyes distant. Banner stood at the console with his team, monitoring quietly. Stark froze, his smirk fading. "That a kid?" I nodded. "Yep." He turned toward me sharply. "You've got a kid locked in a box." I smirked faintly, my tone serious now. "She's not just a kid. She's the reason that lizard didn't flatten your tower last night. 1 minute, poof, problem solved. You should be thanking her." His jaw tightened. "Or maybe I should be asking why you're putting a little girl in a cage." "Because if we don't," I said flatly, "the world ends. She's not just a girl. She's dangerous. Stronger than anything you've ever built. But she's also just a kid. Which means we keep her calm, we keep her safe, and we keep everyone else safe too." He stared at me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he shook his head, muttering, "This is insane." I chuckled softly, my grin returning. "Welcome to my world, Stark. It's always insane." Banner glanced up from the console then, his tired eyes flicking toward us. "Tony," he said softly. Stark blinked, surprised. "Bruce? You're here too?" Banner sighed, adjusting his glasses. "Long story." Stark pointed between us, his smirk twitching back. "So let me get this straight. You've got Banner working in your underground monster club, you've got a little girl with magic powers locked up, and you've got an army in New York. And nobody knows you exist." "Exactly," I said cheerfully. "We're the best kept secret on the planet." He stared at me for a long moment, then chuckled. "You're out of your mind." "Probably," I said with a grin. "But it works." We walked back to the control room after, the hum of monitors filling the air. Stark stopped at the central console, his hands resting on the edge as he stared at the glowing screens. Maps, feeds, data streams, all of it scrolling endlessly. He turned toward me, his tone sharper now. So what's your play? You're not just cleaning up after monsters. You're preparing for something. Something big. I smirked faintly, leaning against the console. The play is simple. Keep the monsters in their boxes, keep the lights on, and keep people like you alive long enough to save the world in your own way. He studied me for a moment, then chuckled softly. You've got answers for everything, don't you? I grinned wide. That's my charm. By the time he left, Stark was still smirking, but the look in his eyes was sharper. Calculating. He wasn't done with me. Not by a long shot. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 26, Circuits and Shadows. The base was calm again. Engines hummed in the motor pool, soldiers drilled in neat lines, scientists filled the labs with quiet motion. Banner kept to his corner with 239, his posture always stiff but steady. The girl stayed quiet on her cot, calm under his careful watch. But my mind wasn't on them. It was on Tony Stark. He'd left yesterday with that trademark smirk of his, but behind it I'd seen the gears turning. He wasn't done with me. Not even close. And if I was smart, and I wouldn't let him decide the terms of our next meeting. So I decided the timing myself. The convoy rolled quiet through Manhattan the next day. No insignias, no markings. Just sleek black vehicles that looked expensive enough to blend into the city traffic. My soldiers rode silent in the back, helmets down, rifles slung. I leaned against the window, watching the skyscrapers pass. Gotta love this city, I said lightly. Never sleeps, never shuts up, and never asks the right questions. No one answered. Of course they didn't. The tower came into view a few minutes later. Stark Tower, clean and gleaming despite the damage from the other night. Repairs were already underway, crews swarming the plaza, welding torches sparking, scaffolding climbing the walls. Stark didn't waste time. We pulled to a stop at the service entrance. My boots hit the pavement, echoing sharp against the concrete. Soldiers fanned out, silent, their eyes scanning everything. I smirked faintly. All right, boys. Play nice. Don't spook the billionaires. The doors slid open. Inside, the tower was alive. Engineers rushed through the halls, their voices sharp over comms, blueprints clutched in their hands. Automated drones zipped overhead, welding sparks bright against the ceiling. And in the middle of it all was Tony Stark. He stood in his workshop, the famous glass walls around him, holograms spinning from the projector tables. He was out of the suit, dressed in a Black Sabbath t-shirt and jeans, a cup of coffee in hand. He didn't look surprised when I walked in. Well, he said dryly. The man of the hour. Or should I say, the man with the marching band. I grinned wide, stepping inside. You should see us on parade. We've got great uniforms. He smirked faintly, sipping his coffee. So, what is this? Round 2 of the mysterious Shadow Group tour? Because I already got the pitch yesterday. I leaned against one of his tables, ignoring the flickering blueprints. Yesterday was the trailer. Today's the real show. You and me, Stark. Time to see if we can actually work together without killing each other. He raised an eyebrow. Work together? You want me to sign up for your monster hunting club now? I chuckled. Not sign up. Partner. You've got tech, brains, money. I've got soldiers, gear, and monsters that don't care how much money you've got. Put it together, we make a good team. He tilted his head, studying me. And what do you get out of this little partnership? Because something tells me you're not in it for the warm fuzzies. I smirked. I get a guy who can build toys faster than I can buy them. You get an army that won't flinch when a dinosaur tries to eat your tower. Fair trade. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. You make it sound so simple. It is, I said, serious now. You saw 682. You saw what we're up against. You've got the tech to keep up. We've got the manpower to hold the line. We don't need to like each other. We just need to not die. He stared at me for a long moment, his smirk fading slightly. Then he set his coffee down, turning toward one of the holograms. A schematic of the Iron Man suit hovered in midair, pieces shifting, glowing faintly. You're not wrong, he admitted quietly. But I don't exactly play well with others. I chuckled. Neither do I. That's why this will be fun. That earned me a small laugh. He shook his head, muttering, You're unbelievable. I grinned wide. You have no idea. He led me deeper into the workshop after that. Rows of tools lined the walls, mechanical arms hung from the ceiling, and holographic schematics floated in the air. The suit stood at the far end, gleaming red and gold, its chest reactor glowing faint. Stark stopped beside it, crossing his arms. So let's say, hypothetically, I don't throw you out right now. What exactly do you want from me? I smirked, leaning against the railing. Blueprints. Access. Doesn't have to be the crown jewels, Stark. Just enough so my people stop dying when they're toe-to-toe with monsters that don't care about bullets. He raised an eyebrow. You want me to arm your army? Not arm, I corrected. Upgrade. They don't need to be Iron Men. But repulsor rifles? Drones? Armor that doesn't fold in 2 seconds? That would be nice. He turned toward the suit, his eyes narrowing. You know, S.H.I.E.L.D's already knocking on my door for the same thing. And at least they pretend to be government. I grinned faintly. Yeah, but I'm honest about being shady. That got a laugh out of him. He shook his head, muttering. You're insane. I smirked. Takes one to know one. We talked for hours. He showed me pieces of the suit thruster arrays, repulsor cores, microservos. I teased him every time he bragged too much, but I listened, too. He had brilliance in his hands, and I wanted just enough of it to keep my soldiers alive. In return, I told him about what we faced. Not details, no files, no names but glimpses. The kind of threats that made 682 look like a warm-up. The kind of nightmares he hadn't seen yet. He listened more than I expected. By the end, he leaned against his table, arms folded, his smirk faint but his eyes sharp. You're not going away, are you? I grinned wide. Not a chance. He sighed, rubbing his temples. Fine. I'll think about it. But if we're doing this, it's on my terms. My tech, my rules. You step out of line, I cut you off. I nodded, serious now. Fair. Just remember, Stark, we don't step out of line. We step into the fire. And we don't flinch. He stared at me for a moment, then chuckled softly. You really don't quit, do you? I smirked. Never. When I left the tower, the deal wasn't sealed. Not yet. But the door was open. And with Stark, that was more than enough. Chapter 27, Building New Teeth. Back at the base, the hum of the facility felt different. There was always noise, boots in the halls, the faint whir of machines, the steady chatter of scientists in their labs, but today it had a sharper edge. Soldiers drilled harder, engineers worked longer, and Banner's team was buried in their notes. SCP-239 sat in her wing, calm as always, quiet under the lights. But my focus wasn't on her. It was on Stark. I sat in the control room, arms crossed, watching the monitors flicker. Schematics filled the screen: standard rifles, net launchers, suppressant sprayers. They'd gotten us this far, but against things like 682? It wasn't enough. We needed an upgrade. And I knew just the man to ask. I pulled up the COMM link. Well, look who it is, Tony's voice crackled through the line. The guy with the best poker face I've ever seen, because you don't have one. What's up, mystery man? I smirked faintly. Got a job for you, Stark. Thought you might want to hear it before I ask anyone less charming. There was a pause, then a soft chuckle. Flattery gets you everywhere. All right, hit me. What do you need? Matching uniforms for your stormtroopers? Sunglasses so you all look intimidating? Please tell me it's not jetpacks, because I'm still ironing out the kinks on those. I leaned back in the chair, grin wide. Nothing that flashy. Just toys that work. Repulsor rifles, better armor, maybe drones that don't fold when a monster sneezes on them. Silence stretched for a moment. Then Stark's voice came back, quieter. You're serious? Dead serious, I said. We keep people alive with what we've got, but it's not enough. You've got the brains, the gear, the drive to make something better. You give us teeth, Stark, and we'll make sure no one gets eaten again. There was a long pause. I could almost hear him thinking. Then he sighed softly. You know, if you'd asked me a year ago, I'd have told you to take a hike. Sell you some overpriced missiles, maybe slap my logo on your jeeps, call it a day. But now? Now I'm kind of into this whole protecting people instead of blowing them up thing. I grinned. Glad to hear it. So what's the verdict? He chuckled. Send me your list. I'll see what I can whip up. The next day, I brought the convoy back to Stark Tower. The plaza was still crawling with repair crews, drones buzzing overhead, sparks flying as workers patched the scars from Stain's fight. But inside, Stark's workshop was untouched: glass walls, humming equipment, and holograms spinning like something out of a sci-fi movie. Tony stood in the middle of it, coffee in hand, wearing another rock band t-shirt that probably cost more than half my rifles. He glanced up as I walked in, smirk tugging at his lips. Back already? I'm starting to think you like me. I smirked. Don't flatter yourself. I just know talent when I see it. Yeah, he muttered, setting his coffee aside. So, let's see this famous list of yours. What do the men in black need to fight Godzilla next time? I pulled a tablet from my jacket and handed it over. He raised an eyebrow, scrolling through. His smirk faded slowly as he read. Repulsor rifles, he muttered. Exoskeleton support frames. Drone-assisted suppressants. Reinforced ceramic armor. You're not asking for toys. You're asking for an arsenal. I grinned. I told you we don't do small. He set the tablet down, rubbing the bridge of his nose. You know, part of me wonders if I'm crazy for even considering this. But the other part, the part that got shot at in a cave and built a suit out of scraps, says you're right. People need protection. And I've got the tools. I leaned against his table, smirking. So that's a yes. He sighed, shaking his head. That's a yes. But you're lucky I'm in a generous mood. The next hours were a blur of schematics. Stark pulled up designs in his holograms: repulsor cores scaled down to fit rifle frames, power cells small enough to mount on soldiers' belts, exoskeleton rigs that boosted strength without frying nerves. I stood beside him, arms folded, throwing in comments as he worked. That rifle looks heavy, I said cheerfully. My guys aren't gym rats, Stark. Keep it under 15 pounds or they'll complain. He groaned. You want a portable death ray and you're worried about weight. I smirked. Happy soldiers shoot straighter. He muttered something under his breath but adjusted the design. Then came the drones, small, sleek, built for speed. He loaded them with suppressants instead of weapons, at my suggestion. Why not missiles? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Because monsters don't care about explosions, I said flatly. But they do care when you dump acid in their eyes. Suppressants work. Explosions don't. Simple math. He stared at me for a long moment, then smirked. You're insane. But you're not wrong.